thing to do. But if that aluminum foil has food particles in it, it is contaminating other good recyclables, which turns them into trash. Learn what items belong in the blue recycling bins by visiting our website. Recycle right, Corpus Christi.
So, same time next week?
Well, of course. Put away a few bucks, feel like $1,000,000. For free tips to help you save, go to Feed the Pig.
Rip currents. They're narrow, fast-moving channels of water starting near the beach and extending offshore. Think of the current as a treadmill. It can travel as fast as 8 feet per second. Great weather for the beach does not always mean it's safe. Rip currents often form on calm, sunny days with waves only 2 to 3 feet high. They're quite fast coming along our Gulf Coast and can be deadly to new swimmers. Here are some tips on handling a rip current and possibly saving your life. Always remember to stay relaxed. Trying to swim against a rip current uses up energy you needed to survive and escape the rip current. One of the most important things to remember: wave, yell, swim parallel. Rip currents don't pull you under, they pull you away from the shore. Wave and yell for help and swim parallel along the shoreline until you escape the current's pull. If you feel you can't swim, don't panic. Keep your head above water, face the shore, and call and wave for help. If possible, only swim at beaches with lifeguards. The City of Corpus Christi beach warning flags only fly when lifeguards are in the stands and are put up within 30 minutes of their arrival. The top flag will be white with a red cross, followed by a green, yellow, or red flag for surf conditions. Green means there's low hazard surf conditions, yellow for medium, and red for high. Keep an eye on these flags. If conditions change throughout the day, the flags do too. If you choose to swim on beaches without a lifeguard, never swim alone. Take a friend and have that person take a cell phone so they can call 911 for help. Also, check water conditions before going in by looking at the local beach forecast before you leave for the beach. For more information, visit cctexas.com or call the Corpus Christi Beach office at 361-826-3469. That's 361-826-3469. Remember, when in doubt, don't go out.
I'm Lieutenant Michael Pena with the Special Investigations Section with the Corpus Christi Police Department. Did you know there were 758 cases of credit card abuse in 2017 and 13 documented cases of skimmers found in Corpus Christi? So what is a skimming device? Skimming devices are used by criminals to capture data from magnetic strips on the back of credit and debit cards. These devices are placed over the card reader or internally at gas pumps and ATMs to steal your information. When paying at the pump with a credit card, look at the security sticker and lock that is placed on the pump. If the tape has been broken or the lock has been damaged or punched, use a different pump. Here are some ways to help protect yourself from being the victim. Pay with cash. Use a prepaid loadable card. Pay inside at the register. When using your PIN number, cover the pad with your hand to protect your PIN from prying eyes and pinhole cameras. Also monitor your
Sure, sure. Yes, sir.
So thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. If you'll lead us in the invocation, get us started.
It's always my honor to be here with you folks. It's a pleasure to be here. Let's pray. Most heavenly and gracious Father, we approach you first before we do anything else, knowing that anything that we put our hands to do that does not involve you will be fruitless. We approach you with grateful and thankful hearts, Father, grateful for so many things, Father, but mostly grateful for who you are and all that entails in our lives. We're thankful because we get to live in this beautiful city. We're also thankful for all of the city officials and appointed leaders that you have purposefully and thoughtfully orchestrated for this time and for this season. With all that we have to deliberate and to discuss in these chambers today, Father, we keep in mind two very important qualities that you want us to demonstrate, and that is the qualities of love and of patience, Father. May everything that is discussed and reasoned in this place today be done in love and with patience, Father, as we painstakingly go through all that we have to discuss today, Father God. I pray that everything be done in your timing as well, Father. We thank you in advance for what you're about to do in this place. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera. Here. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Present. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right. Just some information for the public. If you are here in interest on item number 3, board and committee appointments, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority appointment has been rescheduled for February the 11th. And so if you're here for that, so you don't have to sit here, just please be advised that has been rescheduled for February the 11th. At this time, I'll meet, Ben's going to help me down here on our proclamations.
He's gonna come.
All right, today is Know Your Numbers, and this isn't a planning a trip to Las Vegas, but this is an important proclamation, and I'd like for those that are involved with the Know Your Numbers project would come on down, and I'll have Councilman Molina, who was instrumental in bringing this forward to us, to read the proclamation.
Good to see you, sir.
Well, good morning, everyone. So, Know Your Numbers Day. Blood pressure is the force or pressure that blood puts on the walls of your arteries as it goes through your body. High blood pressure, also known as hypertension, is a major risk factor for heart disease and stroke. two leading causes of death in the world. Nearly half of American adults are at risk for major health problems because of high blood pressure. In Nueces County, 34% of adults have high blood pressure. That is 6% higher than the national average. Normal blood pressure is less than 120/80. People with readings of 130 as the top number or 80 as the bottom number are considered to have high blood pressure. By lowering the definition of high blood pressure, the guidelines recommend earlier intervention to prevent further increases in blood pressure and the complications of hypertension. Knowing your numbers is an important part of keeping your heart healthy. It can help you and your doctor know your risks and mark the progress you are making toward a healthier you. By increasing awareness, speaking out about heart disease and stroke, and empowering individuals to reduce their risk for cardiovascular diseases, we can save thousands of lives each year.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim February the 1st, Know Your Numbers Day in Corpus Christi, and urge all citizens to show support to fight against heart disease and stroke by commemorating this day by checking your blood pressure. And doctor, or who's going to be? Oh, man, we got two Dr. Blows here, I'm telling you. Y'all stand at attention.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you, everybody. Thank you. We really appreciate your support of this. Ben Molina has been kind enough to sit on the collaborative with us. The Hypertension Collaborative was created with the American Heart Association and all of the work that they're doing to prevent heart disease and stroke. And so this collaborative is made up of not only the American Heart Association, not only one hospital, but all the hospitals in our area, different community organizations, because we recognize that in order to control and take care of this very, very important issue, it's going to take all of us. It takes the support of our city council, and it takes the support of all of you in our community. So even if you know your numbers, talk to your family. Each one of us can really impact our individual families, our schools, and everyone in our lives. And so on Saturday, February 1st, we will be at La Palmera Mall at 8 HEBs around town and at the Goodwill stores. So when you're out and about doing your shopping, please come by, take your blood pressure, bring your family members. We'll have information and resources available to everybody as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a hand for what they're doing, because we want to make everybody aware of it. We'll gather in here while they're gathering. I can't ever remember the numbers. I just have to ask when I go mind tested, is that good or bad? So.
Hello, Council. So far, so good.
Let's take this out. Okay. Aaron.
Thank you very much. Great to see you.
Great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks again. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Thanks again. Thanks again. I got it. Thank you. Good job.
All right, we're on item G, City Manager's Report and Update.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. A couple of items for you this morning. The first is North Beach. I want to remind us we're still working on that project. In fact, we released, as we planned, a request for qualifications for engineering firms on Monday. Just as some background to remind you and the public, on December 17th, last December 17th, City Council passed an ordinance authorizing a navigable canal on North Beach. And we're going to hire a consulting firm, an engineering firm, to provide engineering services, among other things, to help us design the canal. The work of the firm will be authorized in phases, with the first phase being the canal scope and the project limits. So we have to kind of define what is the canal, by having the firm help us define the scope and the limits of the project. They'll also ensure that the canal is navigable as we've seen it to be in some of the pictures and videos, and that it will be used for the intended drainage system that we have described to the community. Based on positive results from the Phase 1 findings, there will be subsequent phases that will be issued to the design firm. That would include pre-design, final design. We have to determine the right-of-way, so right-of-way determination, land acquisition potentially. This consultant will help us do that. We'll be working with the consultant on utility relocations, construction cost estimates. That's going to be an important task of the consultant. And then permitting with various agencies as well will be one of the responsibilities. They'll help us with some construction administrative services as well. So as I mentioned yesterday, city staff on schedule, as we had promised, released the request for qualifications for engineering services for the North Beach Navigable Canal. We've placed that on the city's website and as well on a site called Civcast. It's an online bidding platform for civil construction-related jobs. This is the RFQ here, and it's about 80 pages, or 20 pages, I'm sorry. And so it's available to the community. Emails will also be automatically populated to the vendors that are in our system, and so they'll get a notice about the RFQ as well. Some of the key dates to be aware of is we will hold, as we customarily do with an RFQ, a pre-qualification conference, and that's going to be held on February 5th. On that same day, if some of the potential bidders who are in attendance want to tour the project site, we're putting together a tour so we can take them all together in a bus and kind of show them the project site and limits and make sure they understand it. Their statement of qualifications are due about 30 days from now, so March 4th is when the RFQ statement of qualifications will be due. We'll interview the finalists without question. The interviews will be the week of March 23rd. And then we expect to be able to bring the contract award to City Council in April. So there's a few months between now and April, but that will allow the proposers to submit their proposals. We can talk to them about the project, give them a tour. We'll interview as well, and then we'll bring the recommended contract to Council in April. There is a committee that we put in place to help review the proposals and to also sit on the RFP. It'll be the same group of folks, both from the city and the outside. And so from the city, I will be on there, my Chief of Staff, Michael Rodriguez, our Chief Financial Officer, Constance Sanchez, our Director and Assistant Directors of Engineering Services will also serve in that panel. That includes Jeff Edmonds and Ratna will be on there. And then from the outside, since Nueces County is involved in the tours and in funding, I've asked Judge Canales to suggest somebody to me from the county. And she said she would like to be on that committee, so Judge Canales will be there helping us, as well as from the North Beach, the president and CEO of the Texas State Aquarium, Tom Schmid will also be on that panel. So a blend of city staff as well as outside personnel to include Nueces County. So we'll keep you posted along the way to include how many people show up for the pre-bid conference. That's generally a good indication of the number of proposals we'll get. And so I'll keep you posted from that date. Okay, I did want to talk a little bit this morning. I don't see Chief Markle out there, but I do see Pat. So there's an important set of promotions that are going to take place. There was one of our deputy chiefs retired recently, and so that caused a domino effect in filling his position. And so Chief Markle this Friday will announce 9 promotions in his senior ranks. 4 senior police officers will be promoted to lieutenant, and 4 lieutenants will be promoted to captain, and then 1 captain will be promoted to the rank of deputy chief. And so to fill that deputy chief, there's a domino effect. The great news, though, is of those 9 positions, 5, the majority will be in a protected class. So a minority person will be placed in those leadership roles, including 1 female will be one of the 9. The ranks of lieutenant and captain are achieved through a competitive testing and assessment process, and the deputy chief is an appointment made by the police chief. So we want to congratulate these officers. I don't have their names yet. I'll see them Friday, though. I'll be attending the ceremony, and we encourage you, if you all want to attend, we can get you more information. This is just another good day for our great police department. We know that they have great community relations and led by a strong team, and so anytime there's a promotion, it's important, not only for the individual being promoted, but for the community, especially when we have a diverse set of folks. So that's a good news story for this morning. And then I'm going to close out with an important update. We've seen it on TV, but the corona virus, right? The city does, in conjunction with Nueces County, manage the health district, and our staff, led by Annette and Dr. Dante, have been thoroughly engaged in this what could be a crisis, I guess. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has reported an outbreak of this. It's a respiratory illness, and it's caused by what's a new, they call it a novel, but a new virus, and so that's part of the issue with it. The illness was first detected in China, and it continues to expand. As I mentioned, though, our health district is closely monitoring the situation for us here locally. They are engaged with conversations with the Texas Department of State Health Services, as well as the Center for Disease Control. They're doing biweekly conference calls with both of those agencies, and they're getting updates and guidance from the agencies. There's 5 confirmed cases in the country today in America, and 4 states. So Washington State, then California, Arizona, and then Illinois. So none in Texas. There were some potential cases, but they were ruled to not be actual cases. So nonetheless, we still have to watch it closely. 97% of all the cases are coming out of China. That's where the virus started. And our local health district, though, for the public, in case anybody wants more information, they've added a web link to the city's website that will directly link somebody to the State Department of Health and the CDC. So if our residents want more information, just go to the city's website and look for the health department, and there's a link to those 2 state and national agencies. Just to let you know what it is, I've asked, well, what is this coronavirus? You know, how do you know if you have it, or what is it? And so symptoms of the virus include, it's a respiratory illness, so you can have trouble breathing. You may have a fever, and you could have a cough. You could have symptoms of coughing as well. The virus can be spread, obviously, person to person through coughing. The incubation period is from 2 to 14 days. So if you get it, you may not know right away, but it takes 2 to 14 days. The health district does want to remind everybody that the coronavirus, similar to the flu virus, can be minimized, I guess, by certain remedies, to include washing your hands, covering your nose and mouth when you cough, and if you feel like you have the flu, we want you to stay at home. It is also, just as a reminder, flu season. In fact, we're in the peak of the flu season, and it's not too late to get the flu vaccine. So this is different than the coronavirus, but if you feel you want to get the flu vaccine, it's still not too late, and we still are in the flu season. So that's an important health update. So for more information on the coronavirus, you can go to our website, and we'll keep you, Mayor and Council, updated as we learn more information. That concludes my comments this morning, Mayor.
You turn your mic on, Mayor, please. Sorry.
Move to approve.
Oh. All right, the motion has been made to approve the minutes on item H. Is there a second?
Second.
And these are for January the 14th and January the 21st. Any discussion, corrections, modifications? Any public have any change to the minutes they want to make? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we got about a few minutes before we could quickly go through the consent agenda, which is item 4 through 20, and we'll be pulling item number 20 for specific language at the request of the city secretary, because I think state legislation has specific language for item 20, so that will be dealt with individually. But anyone have any questions or need items number 4 through 20 pulled for further information.
I'd like to pull number 12.
Number 12.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull number 13, please.
All right. 12, 13. Anybody else have any they want to pull for more information other than 12, 13, and 20? This is from items 14 through 20. We're going to pull 12, 13, and 20. Nobody, don't have any abstentions on any of these. Well, I'll entertain a motion then, approval of items 4 through 20 with the exception of 12, 13, and 20.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any public comment on that motion? Seeing none, any comment from the council? Mr. Hernandez?
Mayor, that was for
Oh, wait a minute. On that motion? Nope. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, now, on item 12 was the first one pulled. Who's, okay.
Okay. You know, I actually spent some time with our director of engineering as well as our director of procurement on this particular item, and there's a few items that issue with this. Number one, this was specifically to do feasibility studies on projects for Bond 2020. However, I don't recall seeing a list of potential projects to approve. So I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse here, in terms of pay or hiring engineers or contracting for engineers to do feasibility studies on a project list I haven't even seen. I don't know if anybody's seen a list. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of surprised that we announced that, considering how late this is in the time frame to do a 2020 bond project or bond package. So I guess that would be a question for our city manager.
Sure.
Is associated with that.
Yeah, so we're not spending the money, so this just sets up the ability to use these engineering firms if we have projects that we need their assistance in determining scope and construction cost estimate. So we'll have them on retainer. No dollars are spent until we call them up and say, we need your help.
Okay,
So
that
this
maybe I misunderstood what
Okay.
what Jeff had said during our meeting, that this was a process to start to review these projects and,
Oh, it is.
and
I'm
get a
gonna get to
cost
that in a minute.
estimation.
Yeah.
But like I said, we haven't reviewed a list of projects
Right.
before actually spending money on it.
Yeah, but let me explain. So I'm trying to, so that just step one is we're not spending any money yet. So we get the consultants, we have them on board or on retainer. Since the last bond program, the city, like any other city, has a list of projects that are candidate projects for a bond program. And since the last bond program, that list has been refined, has grown. Some projects may have fallen off. We have talked publicly here, and I know the council has talked to me about wanting to do a 2020 bond program. Our cycle has been every 2 years we do a bond program. We have already met with our financial advisors to see how much can we do. Is it going to be similar to the prior bond program's capacity, just to prepare to be able to tell the council. There's no list to present to you today. We have a full calendar that we'll be sharing with you soon on the calendar timeline. If the council chose, you have to choose to do a bond program. So if the council votes to move forward with a bond program, we'll have a full calendar that we can show you the path to get there to a November election. We have to bring forward to you potential candidate project lists. We're going to be recommending we use a citizen engagement process where actually citizen committees will present projects, and then the council ultimately will determine what gets on the ballot. So that's some of the background. So in preparing to be able to take that first step, we do need to have some expertise in like a 30% engineering design, so that when we say a project costs this much, and if the voters approve it, we don't want to come back and say, oh, guess what, it costs twice as much or 3 times as much. So this is best practice to have engineering firms help us making sure we have the right scope and the right cost, so that we're not having to come back for more money.
Okay, so I want to make sure that and by what you just said, we will not be spending any money with the feasibility studies until council approves a list for them to actually go to.
I don't know if I said that. So the list of projects that we have that we're going to present to, if the council chooses to move in this direction, to a citizen review committee, and then ultimately to council, there has to be some level of analysis on that list of projects, whether Jeff Edmonds recommends them to the council or a resident. And so there may be more projects that we analyze and have cost estimates for that ultimately make it on the ballot. But there has to be some analysis done on candidate projects that we would recommend for the bond program.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm trying to get across here is that, you know, I'm sure every council person would like to suggest projects.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have not, we have not discussed this in open session. We have not discussed it in executive session. We have not discussed it at all in terms of what project inputs we would put in. I would hate to be in a position to where you spend money on estimating a project and then it's something that we don't want to do.
No, so when we show you the calendar, Councilman, getting input from you all is almost step one. You all know your districts better than anybody, or as good as anyone. So working with you on candidate projects that's part of the process. I think you'll see that once we show you the calendar of events, how we progress forward. Project candidate selection, there's multiple ways of getting them. One is the staff already has lists from the last bond program, ones that didn't get on the list. Two is working with the representatives here that represent the people, you all, the council and the mayor, hearing what your priorities are. Three are getting the community engaged. What does the community want? So eventually we're going to pare all those wants down to a list. And we may have a level of estimating that staff did. Others that we know for sure are probably going to make it. That's where we may engage in spending these dollars. But there could be some that we design or get some initial estimating on that don't get funded in the bond program, but they'll get funded in some other way. We're going to elevate only those most critical projects. I mean, we know there's a lot of need out there. The bond program we've talked about probably is going to be in the $100 million range, so it's not going to be a whole lot of projects. But
okay, and to go along with that, when we went through the hiring process or the process, you had suggested that we would be doing larger bond packages over a period of time, 4 to 5 years, as opposed to small ones every 2 years. Is it your recommendation that you're going in a different direction and doing them every 2 years, or was it? I mean, what changed there?
Right. It's not going in a different direction, but being consistent with the direction the city has been on. We won't have enough time to do that 4-year increment yet. It's still something I want to consider doing in the future because you can do a much bigger bond program. So given that this capacity to do more work and this capacity for funding, I'm recommending at this point that we continue with the cycle that has been in place for over a decade, I guess, of doing them every 2 years. But as time allows and as we get certain things stabilized, we do want to look at what's in the best interest for the city and do some comparative analysis, that being, should we do a 4-year bond program cycle, 5-year bond program cycle, or a 2-year? But we don't, so it's all about time and capacity. So if we do that analysis now over the next several months, we're going to miss this window of opportunity to do a 2020 bond program. That's why today I'm recommending we continue with the cycle we have had in place. Yeah.
Speaking of capacity, then I believe we're down 30% in engineering. Is that correct?
Well, we have
30% vacancy?
Well, we just added some new positions there, which actually increased my vacancy rate. But we have hired several people. So
okay, and I know we're behind on projects now. Is that correct? I mean, will we have the capacity for these projects if we're adding more to them, and we haven't even started some of the ones that are from the previous bond packages?
So the staff is being addressed. We have hired a new assistant director that's helping Jeff. We had 3 new assistant directors that are helping Jeff. Prior to this, he had no assistant directors except for contract assistant directors that had been on board for 10 years. So we have 3 new leaders helping Jeff. So we're filling positions. We're filling engineer positions, both in engineering and in streets. It's a tough position to fill in this community. There's so much growth that engineers are hard to come by in terms of filling them. But we're trying to recruit them, and we're filling positions. Are we behind a little bit on the bond program? Yes. I mean, you can look at the facts. We're behind, but the system's in place to be able to get caught up. And if we don't do a bond program in 2020, we'll probably get caught up, and then we may be in a case or situation where we're looking for more work to do, either the city staff or the
would it
private
be
sector.
would it be an issue to do it in the middle of an election cycle, to where you are on a, instead of doing it 2020, maybe 2021?
I mean, it's an option of the council. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I don't want to get
You probably have a
digress here.
greater turnout in voting, you know,
The other side of this, and what I want to get to specifically.
Quickly, we've got past the 12 o'clock, so try to wrap it up.
Okay, real specifically on these particular contracts, there's a lot of inconsistencies in this on these contracts regarding rates, identification of what things are. You know, we have a lot of different names, pricing, cost requirements for pass-through. I'll give you some examples. Out of the contracts with HDR, they have a 15% pass-through for consulting work. Freeze and Nichols has a 5% pass-through. The LNV has a 10% pass-through. You have different costs per hour on the same item. Survey boat, HDR has $750 per hour for a survey boat. You have Urban that has $450 per day for a survey boat. I'm sorry, I meant to say $750 per day. What I'm trying to get understanding here is what kind of negotiation we did, because there's no consistency in any of these contracts. It just seems like we just got a rate sheet from the engineering company, and that was it. So can you please, I know we tried to discuss this and trying to get some, I guess, consistency in some of these contracts in negotiating and having a basis to negotiate from. I mean, what are we going to be doing? I mean, this is somewhat of a mess.
Well, you're right to some extent. Each rate sheet came from each individual engineering firm, and it's based on their labor categories and their internal rate structure. And what we're working on is trying to get something a little more uniform and come up with some standard labor categories and some standard ranges of rates that we think is reasonable to be a basis for negotiation. It would have been great if I had it going into this cycle. We really didn't. And going forward, we would like to have that, particularly if we go forward on this bond program, have that in place before we go to design contracts, which are probably going to be 8 to 10 times the amount of fee that we're paying on these, and so it would be more important to have it then. But right now we don't have it. We're working on developing that, and we're hoping to improve on that going forward.
Can I just add, though, that so Councilman, you're correct in that, and I have them all here. There's 8 different firms, and they all have slightly different rates. If you look at just one category, an engineer one, one person's maybe $120 an hour, the next maybe $125. They're all, though, with
well, it ranges from 95 to 125.
Okay.
Well, 131 actually.
Right. They're all within the range, though, of what's normal in the industry or expected in the industry. So the rates are just as one ingredient. The other is time. How long does it take to do the project? The third one is how many people did they put on the project? A fourth one is approach. What's their approach? Are they going to be doing all these tasks that we don't need them to do? So what you see today is the labor rates and the overhead rate and that type of thing. But the real money driver is negotiating the total contract per each project, and that will include rate, time, number of people, approach. And so this is not, just because this rate is here doesn't mean that's what we're paying them per se.
Well, you're basing it on this is just, we're not seeing the task orders.
Right.
This is just for rates and time.
Right.
Okay, so I mean, this is what we're looking at. We don't have a definition for what all these are internally to say what we would pay for those.
Right.
Also, the pass-throughs. I understand that the federal government pass-through maximum is 8%. Why are we allowing 15% or anything above 8% in terms of the pass-through costs? I mean, there's some standardization things we could do here to make sure that we're maximizing the limited resources we have. We should make sure that we're doing the negotiations. I understand we have to pick them on qualifications, but we should actually negotiate for reasonable pricing,
That's what
or at
we'll
least
do
some
when we-
consistent pricing.
Right. That's what we're going to do when we get them a task order. We'll be
But they're based on
negotiating-
these rates.
Right, but the rates are just one of 5 elements I just mentioned. So a company could have a low rate, but they charge you for too many people that you don't need, and they take 5 times longer than any other company. So in the end, you would pay more in that scenario. So the rates is just one ingredient. But based on Jeff and his staff's analysis, the rates they're within reason. They're not. We're not being gouged by their rates proposed in the 8 firms.
Well, like I said, we had this discussion. There should be some consistency in some aspect
that's
of that.
something, right? Jeff's agreed. We agree, and that's something we'll look at. It's going to take time. But we estimated this is not just something you do overnight, so it could take several months to get that because we'll have to work with the firms, bring them in.
Mayor.
Well,
yeah.
Well, my point is they
correct,
didn't
Mayor.
negotiate
Yeah.
any prices. They just got a rate sheet.
Yeah.
An hour, and they say, no, we'll pay you 75, then the engineer at that point says, okay, I'll take it. I mean, you negotiate the rate. These are just their rate sheets.
Right.
This is just a starting point.
Yeah.
When we negotiate a task
So
order
everything
for each
negoti-
project,
The
then
way
you've
this,
got the
yeah,
hours
these
and
professional
work
people don't
breakdown
put out their
structure.
rates for everybody to see up until you do the negotiations. So, and this is the second reading. Anybody else have any item on?
Well,
the-
let me ask
Well, let's wrap it up quick.
and I'll ask our purchasing director. This is contractual. We contract for these rates. Is that correct?
They are part of the contract.
Okay, so when we sign this contract, these are the rates we pay, regardless of the task order, whatever it is. We're paying these rates. So to say that there's some magical wand that says they're going to change their rates afterwards is not realistic. I think I think we need to get on board and do some of these things, but we could do a better job of negotiating, and I think this can be done relatively quickly in at least standardizing some of the pass-through costs and saying what we'd accept. Right now, it seems like we're just taking it in the shorts and just going by the rate sheet as opposed to actually negotiating.
Can I just clarify though? I don't want to take too much time here, but we did actually negotiate some of these rates down, even though this is not this in and of itself is not won't be the bill driver. So Jeff actually worked on some of these. We negotiated the rates down.
And one of them unilaterally came and actually reduced that pass-through from 15 to 10%. So that conversation did.
Can we do that with the other ones? Drop them all to 10% at the very least? I would make a motion.
That's the maximum we'll pay, and
actually I'd say 8%, but
I wouldn't recommend making that motion, Jeff. We don't even know if the firm's going to do. You would have to sit back down with them and talk to them.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I would make that motion. I'd make the motion to approve with reducing the pass-through rates down to 10%.
Motion
get a
has
second?
lack of a second. All right. Any other discussion on item 12? Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, we've got historical low rates right now, so I would prefer we do a 2020 bond to be able to take advantage of that. There's literally millions of dollars in savings, and also if we go into an off-year election, it costs us about $200,000 to conduct an election, so I fully support moving forward in the 2020, particularly with these extremely low rates we have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Roy?
I just want to clarify that if I understand this right, what we're basically doing is we're putting money aside in a bucket, right?
This isn't really money. I'd say it's contract capacity.
Okay,
that we're going to need, and when you come up with this ultimate list, you don't need just the name of the project. You're going to need a description of what is included in the project and a cost estimate to make a decision of what things go on the bond.
What I'm asking for today, though, is this basically allows us, with several engineering groups, to basically procure funds so that as things come up, then those funds can be allocated. Is that correct?
Yeah, right. The funds can be allocated, and the services can be used.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're not actually today spending this amount of money. It depends on the projects in the future. That's
No,
the
there'll be
point. That's the point I want to make.
There's a task order that's issued to them. It's negotiated,
right?
And
so the
that
negotiation
happens
part
on each individual project.
Right. The negotiation part and all that comes at a later date. when you have a project, do you have the ability to, do you ever cap a project in terms of it cannot exceed?
Right. So what we would typically do is we would meet with them and review the scope of what's expected, and we'd negotiate a task order that has a not to exceed amount based on their level of effort
So
estimate.
where I'm headed with this, it's what the city manager said. You got 5 different components. At the end of the day, however you get to the end, you get to the end.
Yeah.
How you got there, somebody might charge 131, somebody might charge 120, but you got the man hours and all that. At the end of the day, we're looking at the end dollar amount. Is that correct?
That's correct. And ultimately, your final bite at the apple is the invoice. You get the invoice and you review the invoice. Is it accurate? Is it reasonable? Does it handshake with
I just need to understand that. Thank you.
All right, any comment from the public on item 12? All right, entertain a motion, then approve item 12.
So moved.
There's a motion and second on item 12. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay. We'll get to item 13 in a minute. We've gone past the 12 o'clock hour for public comments, so we'll go back, pick up public comment. Ms. Huerta and Mr. Isley, you want to, have we got anybody for public comment?
Yes, sir. We have 7 people.
All right.
Comments should be limited to city-related matters. There will be no questions of council or staff. Cell phones should be turned off, and there will be no loud talking or other loud noises.
Good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. I'll be conducting the public comment period. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the City Secretary. And with that, we'll start public comment. The first person signed up is C.J. Johnson.
Okay, y'all know that I'm always here about the shootings. I'm here again about the shootings. Since everything is going on about the impeachments, Kobe Bryant's tragedy, and the virus over in China, let's don't forget about the shootings are still going on also. Now, we may not realize that shootings at sports events are becoming very common now. They may not be publicizing them, but they are. But I still want to make y'all aware about not all mental illness is caused by it, but a lot of it is. And I know, like I said, I was the mother of a mentally disturbed child that almost became a killer. So let's do not forget about these shootings are still occurring. Regardless if we're hearing them on the news or not, they're still going on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Two Bears? Mr. Two Bears? No? Next on the list is Jack Gordy.
I'm Jack Gordon. I live at 4118 Bray Drive. And I want to thank the city manager for the article that was in Sunday's paper about street repairs. Something should have been done about 20 years ago, but nothing was done. It didn't do no good to call the street department about it. It's just right down the street from me. They were filling potholes, and I went down there and looked. The pothole was half full of water, all kinds of trash in the pothole, and they put that cold asphalt in there on top of the water and all the trash, and then he stepped on it with his foot to pat it down. And I asked him, I asked the man, do you think that'll stay? Well, it stayed for about 2 weeks, and then the hole was back. And it didn't do no good to call the street department because they kept doing the same thing over and over and over. They would never clean out the potholes before they put the asphalt in there. And anybody in kindergarten would know better than that. So I don't know about the street department, but maybe they need some more changes made in there. And the code enforcement, somebody needs to talk to code enforcement and maybe make some big changes there. I've been coming down here over and over and over about illegal signs. Well, the city goes out, code enforcement, removed 25 signs from the same company. Not one citation was written. And they told me, oh, if we don't see them put the sign up, we can't write a citation. A company puts out 25 signs and you can't write a citation? And the city took them down, and then same day, the same company was out there putting the signs back up. So I called the city again. Well, it don't do no good to take them down because they come right behind the city and put them up. And the city said, oh, if we don't see them, we can't write a citation. That don't make no sense at all. It just, and there's illegal signs all over town. I've been reporting the ones at Padre Island Drive and Weber now for a year, and they're still there. Still there, and I've been reporting them over and over and over. On the north side of Padre Island Drive, at Weber and Padre Island Drive, the signs are still there, and they're about 20 feet from the right-of-way. And it's off-premise advertising, so they are illegal. So if the state decertifies the city and the city can't collect no more sign permits, who's going to be blamed? That's who's going to be blamed. The ones that's sitting right up there because you're not enforcing the law.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Next on the list is B. Sloggins. He may have been here for proclamations, but he lists, so, okay, not here. Juan Cantu.
Good morning. My name is Juan Cantu, and I came today because I felt kind of compelled. I had gone out of the country to Spain, and when I got back, I had been involved with some city projects, and I wanted to take the time, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City Manager, and I want to thank you all for the RFQs that you have put out for the project at North Beach, and I want to thank you guys for the City Council support and for the economy of Corpus Christi. And I just, when I got back, I was going through my computer and I read an article in there where the task force for North Beach had been recommended to be disbanded. And I just came here today to reinforce the fact that I would like to ask the City Council and the City Manager not to disband this task force because it is prevalent. It's important for it to be there. You know, it's supposed to be there to help the project in North Beach and Corpus Christi to move right along. And I sure would hate to see that happens when there's a change of personnel like that. Usually there's a few monkey wrenches that come in with it when you change personnel like that. And I would hate to see that. We were going along pretty good, and I would just want to ask you guys to please reconsider and not disband the task force. And that's all I have to say.
All right,
Thank you so much, and you guys
Mr.
have a
Cantu?
good day.
Thank you very much.
May we have your address, please? I didn't get
Oh,
your
yes.
address for the record.
3302 Surfside Boulevard.
Thank you very much. The next person is Deborah Plowman.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. My name is Deborah Plowman. I'm at 3417 Tahiti Drive in the Flower Bluff area. I'm the director of the Regional Science Fair being held at the Texas A&M campus on February 8th. The Valero Energy Foundation and Texas A&M Corpus Christi Coastal Bend Regional Science Fair, which is a mouthful, is on February 6th, 7th, and 8th. The main event is on the 8th. The fair hosts more than 500 of the top science students in kindergarten through 12th grade around Coastal Bend. Recently, we've reached out to the city to ask for volunteers, and I want to recognize and thank the city's water department for offering several volunteers in this big, awesome project that we have. We really appreciate the collaboration, and you'll be serving as role models for our next generation of scientists. We need about 200, or really over 200 volunteers to make this event successful, and we're still short of that number. If anyone is listening to this and willing to get involved, we would welcome you. To judge at the K-5 level, you need enthusiasm, first of all, and just a little bit of college. And to judge at the 6-12 level, we would like it if you have a STEM background. You can access the registration for volunteers and find out more about our event by visiting sciencefair.tamucc.edu. It's an easy Google search if you just do Coastal Bend Science Fair. We also welcome members of the general public to our exhibit viewing on Saturday, February 8th. The website that we've developed tells everybody everything they need to know, and they're welcome to contact us directly.
Thank you very much.
Gloria Scott.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I'm Gloria Scott. I live at 4422 South Alameda Street in Corpus Christi. I would like to speak about, again, I have spoken before about this, the old Spahn Memorial Hospital. When I spoke with you before, I was told that this is not the jurisdiction of Corpus Christi City, that instead it is the Nueces County jurisdiction. I spoke with Judge Barbara Canales and the commissioners at the Nueces County Courthouse. I was told by them that that was not totally correct, that actually the jurisdiction overlaid 3 areas: the city of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and the hospital district, comma. Therefore, anything related to that needed to be jointly or in some way overlapping explored. I had asked, you had appointed Barton Bailey as the director, I think, in your jurisdiction of the whole area of homelessness. Several of us in the community had been volunteering and are heavily volunteered. We still feed the needy, the homelessness who are outside City Council all the time with the van that comes with Guy Nicholson. We still do things and help them get into the homes where they are. But would you please direct me or someone about to whom to go in the city as a joint jurisdiction, with whom, how to put together the joint Corpus Christi City Council, Nueces County, and the hospital hospital jurisdiction, or whatever they call the hospital area, to explore this. And there are several of us in the community who are willing, and several groups and churches, to volunteer. We are suggesting that the $50,000 that several times ago you had identified, and I think it's still identified in your budget, to tear down Spahn Memorial, that not be done. Instead, it be pulled, be used to make it a place, a building to rent to the homeless at different levels. There are different rooms, small, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bed. There's a dining facility downstairs. There are offices for social services and any other groups that needed to do them, to be there. And we went over last week to try to visit, and we were told we couldn't because the tower is being used. They didn't say for what, but nobody would tell us to let us even see it. So I am bringing it back again, and I hope that some action will be taken, or some reference will be made, and you can tell me where to go, but not to hell. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. City Manager, I'd like to ask if we, and it doesn't have to be an in-depth, but maybe the city attorney could take a look at it. I do not recall from my 12 years on the Commissioner's Court and previously on the City Council that the city has any connection whatsoever to do with Spahn Hospital or the hospital district or the old Memorial Hospital, other than they happen to be in the city of Corpus Christi. We've got a city-county health department, but that has, this hospital district is a standalone organization.
Right.
As I recall, the county makes all the appointments to the hospital district board. The city really plays no role in the operation of that. But for clarification, and I think it would be good to get some indication, one of the reasons back in the day when the county was, and the hospital district made the decision to get out of the hospital business and do what they've done in contracting through Spahn and providing the services, is that the condition of the hospital was such that the cost was just exorbitant for that building to meet code, and so, but other people have made that same comment, so I think it might be worthy just to come up with some kind of a capsule analysis. They've got, I'm sure the hospital district has one, cost and that sort of thing, but.
Okay, yeah, we'll get that for you, Mayor,
All right.
from the council.
Is that the end of your?
One more, Mayor.
Okay.
Margareta Fratila.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Margaret Fratila, 3606 Tripoli Drive. Thank you so much for finally last week somebody walk with me outside and talk about the numbers and the buildings that I was bringing up to you. And Ms. Liza from Code Enforcement, she tried to work on that, but I think that we should have like a follow-up. I wanted to see, because I have more information, so it would be good to, to discuss about that and kind of brainstorming what you have to do. And I find out that responsible for the numbers on the residents and on the businesses, it's Chief Rocha. So if he's in charge of safety, I'm assuming that it's very important to have these numbers on the buildings and on the residential, houses. And I don't see anything going. We cannot say the city manager can be like Jesus walking on the water, but we have so many hopes that he can really rule to that. Also, I think that I'm very concerned about small businesses. I used to have 28 years, my building, my business, my, lot. Now, because I'm renting, it's very, sad to say that the owners of the buildings, majority of them, and there are only probably 2-3 reputable company that they rent to small businesses or businesses, and they take care of their parking lot. But where I am is a disaster, and I talked to our councilman that is responsible there, so we're talking back and forth, but practically it's like I'm there for like over 10 years, and in one of the buildings I know and I witnessed when Code Enforcement did really make a difference coming there and really impose to straight out the building, just say you cannot have tenants, took care of the parking lot, but what about rest? We are about like 30 businesses there. The customer refused to come in that area, and there are potholes huge, full with water. I personally went through one of that with my car, damaged my car. I just walk out, I fall because it was so deep. So everybody advised just file the lawsuit against them. I said, well, yeah, it's a big sign there. The company is out of town. They are all is fenced out. Code Enforcement can do that. What do? I'm starting fighting with them. So I think that we should do something about the buildings where we have small businesses, and plus, not only that, but they are not certificate of occupancy in that buildings from the owner of the buildings to the to the small businesses that we're renting, because they are afraid, because inside most of them they are like outside. So I like to see if we can make a task force, and just like take care of the small businesses and where they are, how they occupy. And Development Services did very good job in certificate of occupancy, but nobody enforcing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes it.
Okay. Well, that concludes the people who have signed up. Is there anyone, as a courtesy, I'll ask now if somebody would like to speak? Just you, sir? Ma'am?
Good afternoon to the City Council. My name is Barbara Major, and I live in Hillcrest at 1315 Van Loan. I am a citizen of Corpus Christi, Texas, in the United States. I come to the City Council today because I feel like I was ignored, and the city don't seem to care anything about us over in the Hillcrest area. All I asked you, I mean, if you got plans, just let us know. You know, like I've told you before when I come, I'm not trying to stop progress in our city or anything like that. I mean, decisions are being made. Mr. Zanoni, I guess you don't have time to talk to individual people, but I'd just like to know, you know, explain to me why is Hillcrest being zoned into the west, that particular area? I mean, for years, I grew up here in Corpus. I already knew that they've always wanted Hillcrest area. That's always been in the plans. But be fair with us. I mean, we talk about the body of Christ here in Corpus, and we're not a part of the body because of the color of our skin or what? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is John Medina, and I'm here basically same thing over and over. I want to discuss the part of the water bill that's been sent to many residents that haven't had leaks, but they're still making them pay these bills. And I know what's going on. I know what's going on is they used to have at first, they used to have, and they still have the gauge, but now you're reading it through a signal that can actually be changed and modified. And I feel that the citizens here in Corpus Christi that have gotten all these high water bills and they're making them pay these water bills are getting shafted. I don't know how you guys feel, but some of these people are barely getting by. They're barely getting by. You know, I wanted to speak to the manager. I've come over here and called on him to call me. He did send a guy and gave me a card. And I still haven't received a call. I'm giving up. I'm not giving up on myself, but I'm giving up. Because, like I said, I'm John Medina. I'm going to be running for mayor of Corpus Christi. And there's going to be some changes. There's got to be some changes for the people of Corpus Christi. Seems like you guys are working for yourselves. We have insurance guys, realtors, contractors, all sitting up here. I've got 43 seconds left. I feel that the manager is basically discriminating on my age, and because I'm running for mayor. I think I'm hitting a spot here, and they know it. They don't want to give me a platform. They don't want to give me. This is the only platform I have. But believe me, come November, my voice is going to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, seeing no other individuals, the public comment period is closed.
All right, we'll go back. I haven't forgotten the board and appointment for the Marine Advisory Committee, but we were on the consent agendas to item number 13. Mr. Selman? Somebody wanted to pull that.
Mr. Mayor, I did. And Mr. Selman, I would just like a brief rundown that on this item. I guess we're the landlord of the stadium, so we're going in and making some improvements as landlord. And also we have a commitment for the Hooks to spend $1 million.
That's correct.
On there. So could you just give us a real quick, brief overview of what the Hooks are committed to doing, what we're committed to doing to keep that stadium fresh and inviting for our folks?
Can do. Let me skim through the first 7 slides of this, then I'm going to hand it off to Wes to talk about those projects that are identified for the capital improvements. This is this first slide, and again, I'll go through these very quickly. You've had these in your packet, but you've got a 16-year-old ballpark that's in need of some repairs. And we looked at updating the economic impact study. What is the economic impact of our the Hooks there and the stadium? An old study and report that was done showed 19 million. That is up to 20.7 million per year in terms of sales and direct. There's 452 direct jobs. We'll put that in this summary real quick, and 3,500 hotel nights, a direct result of the Hooks. Hooks are, they've got some great team stats. But one of the biggest ones, some of the biggest ones that stand out to me is the former Hooks that go on to play at the Astros. We got 16 of those, and we've had 8 Astros return for rehab appearances. So that's a key part, and the Hooks are a big part of our community. They raised $113,000 during Hurricane Harvey. They've had 55 community appearances, picked up debris, and Jersey auctions. They've also raised some resources. They've got a lot of other events that happen at Whataburger Field. We think that it's just the ball club, but it's not. You can see here's a couple of handfuls of projects that are activities that have also occurred, and events that have occurred at the facility. This is one of the really telling slides, I believe, of the impact of the Hooks on our community. We don't quite identify with the Hooks like Boston does its Red Sox, but we're getting close. If you look at this kind of participation, we're number 3 in Facebook and AA. We're number 2 in Twitter accounts, or accessing the Twitter. Then we've got Instagram. We're 2nd in AA, and then 1.7 million page views on the digital media, and then 30,000 for the e-blast. So they're a big part of our community and becoming a part of who we are. It's a dual identification, just as Boston is with the Red Sox and the Red Sox are with the Boston area. So, okay, maybe a little hyperbole there, but
you got to think big.
I'm going to hand it over to Wes at this point to talk about the project specific.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Thanks for having me back in the chamber. Thank you for all you do for our city. And I want to thank Keith for that kind introduction and for highlighting, many of the important things that our Hooks team do for the community. I can assure the council that our team, which we've got a number of folks in the audience today, I didn't make it mandatory, but they did show up. I can assure you guys that we will continue to deliver unique and memorable experiences for the city of Corpus Christi, our fans, and the area. Some of the items that Keith touched on indicate the importance of continued capital investment back into the city, which has and will continue to remain a top priority for us. Over the last 6 years, we've invested over $4 million into the stadium. So despite the investment by the Hooks and the city combined, we still have, a need for a significant infusion of capital back into the stadium. So we've broken down some planned improvements for 2020 into the following slides, and I can stick to a high level or dive into details. So with the as you guys know and you've seen from other city buildings, from the southeast to the northwest, we have this thing in Corpus Christi called wind, and it blows a lot of salt air heavily on the stadium on the southeast corner especially. And if you take a look around, and I'd love to have you guys, I know a lot of you have been to the stadium recently, you can see a lot of the corrosive effects of the salt air on the steel around the facility. So what we need to do is repair a lot of those corrosive I-beams, treat them, paint them, as well as there's a lot of welding that needs to be done. There's a lot of railing work that needs to be done. We've got a pristine stadium, but it does require some maintenance after. This is our 16th season coming up, starting April 9th. So field protective netting it's an industry standard now across baseball parks. Many of you have seen probably the 30 Major League Baseball teams that have made changes to their netting as of this year, and most minor league baseball parks across the nation are doing the same. For not only fan improved experience, these nets are new technology. You can see through them much better than previous versions, but it's safety for the fans. And unfortunately, there's been some incidents across baseball this year, in particular, where fans have gotten injured. So it's definitely a necessary thing for us to do, and we plan on doing it same as Minute Maid Park, same design. Berm, exterior, irrigation, refurbishment. Most of the original pipes are the same at Waterbury Field. There's a lot of improvements on the irrigation side that need to be done to improve efficiencies. We have leaks every year. Our staff does a phenomenal job of addressing those leaks in a timely fashion to make sure that we don't lose out on games or other events. But every year we have multiple incidents where there's large breakage in our irrigation. So that's something that we are looking forward to addressing. Suite level refurbishment. There's a number of things that need to be done to make this a pristine area. Once again, there's a lot of aging and high volume usage showing wear and tear throughout the facility on a suite level. So flooring replacement, furniture, paint, and other accessories are part of that plan. The outfield video board and then production system. Our current video production system has reached its useful life. Typically, you get 6 years at the most. We're pushing 7 on our production system. Controls the board, controls all the in-game experience at the stadium. So it's time to update that system. The Tri-Visions that you see in the outfield indicated here, they all need to be replaced. Every year we have issues sourcing parts for these. They break. They're original components from the stadium. Our goal with replacing those is to modernize and fix future issues with that outfield video board. Batting cages. A lot of our team comes to Corpus Christi. They love the facility. They love the fans. They don't love batting cages, whether that's college teams that come every year or the Astros, future Astros. They're coming from single A facilities that have enclosed batting cages. It's necessary for player development and for getting future events here at Waterbury Field to enclose the batting cages. I can continue on if you want me to. Suite level loft area was another hospitality area that needs significant repair. It's part of that southeast corner that I was talking about. The weather and the environmental impact there is significant. It's got areas where water holds, where floor is cracked. there's a lot of safety issues that we want to address in that area. Concourse box hospitality area, we're always looking at improving our existing infrastructure. We want to put a box hospitality area to modernize the concourse on the first base side. Field wall padding, a lot of this padding is original. Still got the same Z-track mechanisms holding the padding on. You can walk up there now, and a lot of it is rusted, and you can literally pull a pad off the facility. We've got a duty to our players and to Major League Baseball and minor league baseball to ensure that we have a safe field for those players that are pushing their professional career to the limits. So this is a necessary component to upgrading the facilities, is redoing all of the wall padding that is outdated and is no longer safe for use. We've got multiple industrial size walk-in coolers and ice machines. 4 of them need to be replaced. They fail every year. There's leakage, there's water spillage from all of these. The temperature gauges don't work, and a couple of them, or they fail to work at times. There's just a lot of maintenance that needs to be done on these 4 walk-in coolers and then the 1 ice machine. It's time for them to be replaced. They're original to the stadium, and a replacement would help us significantly with food efficiency and preparation storage. Outfield scoreboard, hospitality area, there are elements of this that replicate what I spoke of earlier with heavy salt air, corrosive areas on steel, and deteriorated, the bar's deteriorated. The whole area needs to be refreshed, so that's also on the list. Keep in mind we have 50 plus projects between what's allocated for city type A funds and what the hooks will allocate. Clubhouse training facilities haven't been updated since the original build in '04. We need to enhance the efficiencies for our teams. Goes back to having that phenomenal player development experience for our players, both college and professional.
I think we've got the picture.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, we see that we're keeping this facility in jam-up condition, and y'all are spending $1 million on it. So, thank you, Wes.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Anyone? Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, quick question. This was a reference to the scoreboard that were being replaced. As I understand, it's still in working order, but is it what's happening to that scoreboard?
Scoreboard is still in working order, so we wouldn't replace the actual jumbotron. In the next 3 to 4 years, that is something that is on our long-term list.
Okay.
But with the new production equipment, we'll be able to utilize that pixel system still in its current form.
Okay, and with regards to the ice bin and ice maker, is coming from a somewhat of a restaurant background, that's not necessarily something that's a capital item, that's more of an appliance. Why is that on our list for item to
Yes,
replace?
sir. The one ice maker is on there. It's the industrial ice maker that provides a majority of the ice to the concession areas. So that's the only one that's on there. It was an established piece of the facility in '04.
The city currently owns it. We own that machine. We'll own this as well, the new one. It's part of part of the asset.
Like I said, that's something that is movable. It's not necessarily a capital asset, but
There were several pieces of heavy equipment that were part of the original build-out that the hooks don't own. The city we own them. What are some of the other examples, Wes?
Well, the walk-in coolers are a great example. Yeah.
Well, the walk-in coolers are actually, I mean, they're bolted into the
Bolted into the cement.
Cement. The ice bin and the ice maker are not.
That particular one is. It's bolted
With the ice
in.
bin?
Yes, the ice maker.
So are we just replacing the ice bin?
It's just the one. We have a number of portable ice bins and makers across the facility, but
Right. So this one is we're just talking about the ice bin. We're not talking about the ice maker that sits on top of it.
I think it's one combined unit.
Well,
for-
no,
for this
I
one.
mean, you have to, ice makers are separate units. They're not, I mean, you have the ice bin separate from the ice makers. I don't know of any of them that are made as a single unit. So, I mean, are we paying for,
The whole thing,
are we
yeah.
paying for the ice maker?
The whole thing.
Yeah, the whole
Okay,
thing.
that's not necessarily something like along those lines that we should be paying for. I mean, I don't want to hold up the entire agreement on this, but I mean, for future reference, we shouldn't be paying for ice makers. Thanks.
All right, any
Motion
other
to
comment?
approve.
Second.
There's a motion and second, and there's a motion and second. Anybody want to speak? Seeing no public comment, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, item 13, play ball. We got number 20, number 20, we needed to pull for legal language for the proper motion. And this is for the resolution determining the public necessity and public use of acquisition of a fee simple property known as Lavola Creek Detention Pond Project, and what this does in layman's terms, if we can get this project done, if I understand, Mr. Manager, is that this will get us a long way down the road to solving a drainage problem in an area that has experienced some extensive flooding and then pretty good periodic street flooding each time it rains. And this will, 130 acres of land involved to try to address a flooding problem that takes up, I don't know how many square miles of the city. Pretty big area.
So, Mayor, I'd move that the city of Corpus Christi authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire approximately 132 acres of land owned by Lands Greenwood 2018 LLC near the intersection of Greenwood Drive and Saratoga Boulevard as further described in the official records of Nueces County and document number 2018007770 for the Lavola Creek Detention Pond Project.
There's a motion and second. Any discussion on that motion? Any public comment? Any council comment, Mr. Smith?
I'd like to make one comment that we've had a lot of flooding in that area with it, and particularly where we're locating this. A lot of the proposed land is in the floodway and in the floodplain, and I'm glad to see us taking this out. We've had numerous occasions where Encinos, Molina have flooded. So here's a piece of property that is extremely prone to flooding. And even if we build it to current FEMA regulations, that it does flood. So I think it's an excellent piece of property to take out of the private domain and go into public.
All right, there's a motion. Mr. Barrera?
Just one last item. Thank you, Mayor. Just to echo what Councilman Smith is saying, you know, I'm 53 years young, and what is it? I remember, and I grew up pretty much not far from that neighborhood, and back then from there, and I lived in the Moody High School area. The flooding that's occurred during all that period, during that time, I mean, this affects the Molina area, not just Las Colonias, the Los Encinos area, the Twin Fountains. So this is a large array that it affects a large area, and I want to commend staff for the work that they've done in the last year, as well as the grants that they've been able to procure. And then also I want to commend staff for last week. There was a town hall, a community meeting, and they did an excellent job answering all the questions and getting them comfortable with what's going to be going on.
Well,
Thank you, Mayor.
And I think an additional benefit is that when the drainage is fixed, then I think is an inducement and encouragement for additional development within an area that's already served by city utilities, which could be a extremely valuable thing to the city in the years to come. Ms. Wartho?
Just a quick comment, and I want to thank Yvette Dodd, who's sitting in the back over there, because your leadership is what got us here. And I think, is it 3,000 or 4,000 households that will be out of a flood zone because of this, which is huge in terms of insurance premiums.
Is it morning? No, it's afternoon, right?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. It is approximately 4,000 structures that'll move out of the special flood hazard area once both projects are completed and we remap the area.
Okay, and that's unbelievable to some, you know, to the budget of someone's household. It is huge.
Yes.
The premium that, you know, from going from a flood zone to a regular zone. So
And a
anyway.
lot of the properties right now are not currently mapped, and they are
Yeah.
being remapped into the area, so
Right.
this will remove that additional flood insurance burden that they'd have to maintain.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further public comment? No council comment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, the motion passes. So let's go back now quickly to, huh? Oh. Oh, that was baseball. I didn't know so many people were interested in drainage. Okay, back to item number 3, the Marina Advisory Board. You have 5 vacancies. Ms. Huerta, you want to kind of go over what you want to recommend on this, because there's kind of a musical chair rearrangement
Right, we're gonna
thing. So
do-
if we'll listen closely to what she's trying to get accomplished.
Okay. So we do have 5 vacancies on the committee, 3 at large, 1 engineer, and 1 environmentalist. We're recommending the postponement of the engineer for further recruitment. That leaves us with 4 slots. There is 1 gentleman, Mr. Smith, Ron Smith, who is seeking reappointment. So not only is he seeking reappointment, he currently represents the community at large category, but he's also eligible for the environmentalist category. So we're recommending that the council reappoint him and then realign him, if you're willing to do that, to that environmentalist slot. And then that would leave us with 3 at-large positions, which are easier to fill.
I would like to nominate Ron Smith for the environmentalist slot.
And to reappoint also Mr. Smith? Okay.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to reappoint Mr. Ron Smith. Only the reappointment would be for the environmentalist slot.
Correct. Yeah,
And,
we'll realign him.
and unfortunately, that vacancy occurred with the passing of Hal Suter, who served on the board at least from 2014 to 2019.
Yes.
And back, I think, in September of last year, passed away. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so Mr. Ron Smith now is as the environmentalist.
Yes, sir. So that leaves us with 3 community at-large positions, and you do have some resumes to consider, some bios to consider for that.
All right, anybody have any nominations for the 3 at large, as you're saying?
Yes, sir.
You have, well, I mean, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. Are any nomination for those 3? 5?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Charles
I'm sorry?
Charles Pendlechock.
Okay.
All right, we need 2 other nominees.
I nominate Clifford Bose, excuse me, and Margarita Fertillo.
All right, we have 3 nominees. Is there additional nominees? All right, hearing none, entertain a motion that these 3 individuals be appointed as at-large members to the Marina Board.
So moved.
Is it, there's a motion and a second? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Ms. Fertillo, that means you can't come down there in public comment anymore. She didn't hear me. Ms. Fertilla? Never mind. You didn't hear me, so I won't. No, never mind. Sit down. No. Okay, now you are. All right, no, okay. I should have let you keep reading. All right. All right, we'll go back to, let's see where we are on our agenda now. We're back to, we've got the board, that's the only one, right? All right. We're back on item 21. Who's going to make that presentation?
I think I'll do it, Mayor.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Item 21 on your agenda is the 3-year renewal of our curfew ordinance. As you know, the local government code requires the city to renew a curfew ordinance every 3 years. After analysis, we recommend that we do so here. It's a proven and effective tool. It restricts those below the age of 17 between the hours 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. And then during the day, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's a good tool. I recommend we keep it.
All right. Is there any public comment on item number 20?
Yes, it's a public
20, 21? I've got some questions, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Well, my first question is here in the resolution, I'm a little confused. Today's January the 28th. Is this the public hearing that's being referred to? Because it says, whereas the city council held public hearings on January 28th and on February the 11th. Well, we haven't gotten to February the 11th yet.
Well, it expires in February. We want to have the resolution before the expiration of the 3-year term. It's an ordinance, yes.
It's an ordinance, but
Yeah,
it
has
is
to
a
come
public
back.
hearing.
Yeah, so it has to come back again. That's correct.
Yeah, it's an ordinance, so it needs two hearings, Mayor, so we'll come back on the 11th.
Well, but you're asking, it's one of these nitpicking things, but maybe the lawyer can help me out here. He nitpicks a lot. So, but I mean, it's saying, as it reads, has held public hearings, and this is one, and on February the 11th. Or should it say will hold public hearing?
It will not become effective until you adopt it on second reading.
Yeah.
Therefore, at the time that it becomes effective, you will have had those 2 public hearings. So that's an accurate statement. Or
Okay.
will be.
All right, so I just want to make sure. All right, my question is this. My question, well, I know that I'm getting down the weed, but my more the more serious question is this. This ordinance was passed a number of years ago.
99, that's correct.
Yes, sir. And 2 or 3 or, let's see, 15, this is 20, so I guess it must have been in 16, when we adopted the budget. This ordinance was passed in anticipation and in conjunction with the concept of a juvenile court and an assessment center, or a TRIP center.
TRIP center, that's correct.
When we adopted those budgets, we zeroed the funding for those.
You zeroed the funding for the crime control funded part of the TRIP center, that's correct.
Right. And so we have no assessment center, do we? And
No,
we have no
that-
juvenile.
that's correct. That has
we
been
don't have the
discontinued.
juvenile court anymore, right?
There's juvenile court. There's no TRIP center.
All right. So my question is, because the charge in the ordinance here, it says that you will be, the local government mandates the adoption every 3rd year. And it says to review the ordinance effects on the community on the problems that the ordinance was intended to remedy. So do we have any statistics of how many people were addressed in the juvenile assessment center or the TRIP center when it was open, and the number of cases that you handle versus the number of cases or whatever you handle since they didn't do that? And has there been an increase in cases, a decrease in cases, or it's hard for me to believe that Well, I guess I could wait till your answer before I could go ahead.
So you're asking, is there a correlation between this program,
the
this
years,
ordinance?
the
and
years that
drop-in
we
crime?
had funding and the years that we don't for this thing? Because if your officers are spending a lot of time and energy enforcing something that really doesn't have any follow-through, then are we wasting our money on your officers spending their time doing this when they could be doing something else? If they're just on the merry-go-round, they pick up a juvenile, but there's nothing to do with them, so they gotta let them go, and then they're having to do it again, versus when they had the assessment center and the court, there was some real, hopefully positive reaction to the enforcement of the curfew and trying to address behavior.
All good questions. I think there's some separate issues, though, in your question, Mayor. First of all, it is a good program. We started out in '99. We ran about 2,500 or so arrests and citations for juveniles in the hours between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. Now we're down to about, this last year, 245. So, and that has been sustained over the last 15 years because of this ordinance. So there is a direct impact, and there's a direct correlation to the crime that it prevents. So it's not a waste of time. The dynamics of juvenile curfew has changed. There is no trip center, but there's still recourse in the juvenile justice system for violations. So that's not changed. What has changed is the use of cell phones. Some changing legislature a few sessions ago, that changed daytime curfew to a civil process, handled by the schools. So we're primarily dealing with juveniles caught out at night, and most kids now have cell phones. So there's no reason to have a trip center for them. There's no reason to drop them off and carry the liability of watching a juvenile who's been drinking or using drugs or committing crimes. We have parents. We can usually get to a parent or a relative to get that child back to and follow through with the juvenile justice system. So it's a good tool. I would recommend that we keep it. The world has changed a whole lot since we started this, but it's still an impactful tool.
Okay, well, several people had asked the question. And
Sure.
rather than just rubber stamp a reauthorization, I think they need to know that it is having a positive impact on the community.
I appreciate you asking, and yeah, those are all great questions, and hopefully I answered your question. You can repeat that to those who ask you.
All right. Any other comments? Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, real quick, as a juvenile, when I was there, I actually worked, and it was past 11 o'clock by the time work was over. So
there's exceptions in the rule.
So I didn't really see that in the actual ordinance, and I understand your officers have discretion.
It's in the ordinance. I reread it this morning. It's in
Which
section
one? What's
33-40. It's in the bottom part of that ordinance. There are exceptions to that. Medical, hospitals, accompanied by parents, work-related. It's all in. I don't have the ordinance here in front of me, but it's in there.
Yeah. The exception in the curfew for minors, 33-40C, it is a defense to prosecution under this section that the person appeared in a public place as an incident to lawful employment.
I see.
That's
okay, so it's in the section, so it wasn't actually in the ordinance.
Don't mess with the chief.
Oh, no, go ahead. No, go ahead. Stump the band. Go ahead.
Okay.
It pays to know the law.
I just, I didn't see it in the ordinance itself, so I didn't go and read the actual sections so I appreciate that.
I appreciate that. Yes, sir. There's several exceptions, as you can see.
All right.
Yes, sir.
There's a motion and a second. I don't see any questions. I wouldn't ask a question at this point. Any public comment? All in favor, say aye.
Mayor, there was no motion, no second.
So moved.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. Motion a second.
I
And
was
then we
just
need to-
checking, see if you were on your toes
Yes,
over there.
and we need to open and close public hearing. Just use the
All
magic
right.
words there,
We-
Austin.
This is one motion to open and close the public hearing.
Okay.
And the motion was to pass, and we
Okay. Who
we
made
need
it?
to
Greg?
vote again so we keep her out of trouble. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? You got 2 votes on that, Chief. You passed both of them.
Are we good? Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, we don't even have a lunch break scheduled at 12:30. We're moving along. We may be 3 or 4 lunch. Yeah. Maybe. All right, number 21 passed. Number 22 is also a public hearing. Who's gonna handle that?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. With me today is Gabriel Hinojosa with our Utilities Group. This next item is an ordinance for a minor amendment to the wastewater master plan for the London area as requested by developer Moses Mastagashi for the development of the Kings Landing project. Here's a location map showing the area for the proposed amendment. We've got the Crosstown Expressway here, Weber Road here. We have an existing master plan for this London area. It's identified in the blue. The requested amendment is adding an additional 144 acres, which is about a 10%, just under. It's this hatched area that would be added within the basin that's served by a lift station that's located here at County Road 33. As you're aware, the Kings Landing project was recently annexed. It's approximately proposed, I think, 1,400 single-family residential units. It's got about 80 acres devoted to commercial, with about 10 of that, I think, will be a church use. So it's a new project we've been working with here the last few months. This is a look at the exhibit that we'd use. This is kind of gets adopted via the ordinance. It's a map that we would utilize in the development process to kind of identify where lines would go and how the property would be served. So this amendment is basically just picking up this western edge of the basin here. The Kings Lake Landing project kind of has an outline, something kind of like that. So it's just picking up that western 20% or so of the project area. We are asking one additional item be added as we were looking at it. We're recommending that we put an 8-inch gravity line just north of the lift station that would pick up this acreage that's on that east side of County Road 33. And with that, we are recommending, Planning Commission also recommended approval of the basin adjustment to include that 144 acres and also the inclusion of that 8-inch gravity line that would run north of the lift station. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Adding 144 acres, what is a 900 and something acre basin? Yeah, okay. So it's 15%, a pretty substantial.
Yeah, I think it's 1440 currently.
Oh, okay. So it'll be putting more load. How about others? So is we're going in and adding this piece or that piece, or we constricting ourselves on the ability to add other pieces with it?
No, sir. The 8-inch that we're adding to this plan, I was able to take that acreage out of the service area of the 18-inch. So there's an 18-inch gravity that serves the west side of County Road 33. Okay. So by taking that strip of County Road 33 that we're adding the 8-inch, I was able to add the acreage onto the western end of this property.
Okay, so you're kind of having to juggle it a little bit
Yes, sir.
to get this additional acreage in that we hadn't planned for.
Correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garza?
This is all going to go to Greenwood,
Yes, sir.
and so as I'm going to say modify or amend our wastewater plan for that area, because I expect more folks wanting to actually come on to city wastewater service if the opportunity is there, if the cost isn't prohibitive. Our capacity at Greenwood, I mean, we got enough capacity to be able to handle modifications or additions to this.
There will be increases to Greenwood, and we have on our CIP 10-year plan to start looking into, once you get to 75% of your permit, you have to go into design. So we have that accounted for. About 10 years from now, we think we might start getting to that limit.
Okay.
So we're looking into that, sir.
All right, great. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, one quick follow-up, and this is for Mr. McGinn. So currently that 144 acres does not have sewer service. We have to do this for it to have sewer service, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're substantially increasing the value of this property by this action today.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Well, and unrelated, I mean, that in this with wastewater treatment facility right there, then you've got the Lavola Creek right there, and that catch basin that we're talking about previously really will help protect this land too from flooding as a result of it. Would that not be an accurate statement? Because it looks like that Oso Creek runs right there. I mean, the tributary down to the creek runs right there, almost parallel the blue line of the, at least on my map.
That basin, it would help this tributary, the Lowell Creek that comes into Oso Creek right about there. So yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't, once they get into the map amendment, I think we'll probably see some impacts kind of downstream as well.
So the action we took earlier about the detention pond, I think will have a positive impact on this piece of property, I would think.
I would assume that, yeah, just taking that volume and holding it in that retention, that I
Yeah.
think you'd see some impacts downstream of that.
All right, good. Any other discussion? We'll open the public hearing on item number 22. Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, any other comment on the council? Not entertain motion approval, item 22.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on item 22. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we got a briefing item on number 23. Who's going to do that?
Al Raymond, who's here. This is on the trust fund, that pretty big policy issue, so, Al, how long's the presentation, you think?
Great point, right? I think maybe you might want to take lunch.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to take a break first.
Well, we can do that. We can,
Yeah, this is pretty important, it's an important update on the work that,
we
we're
don't
doing.
we don't want to shortchange him, so
Yeah.
let's,
We need to make sure we're.
let me
we're
move,
paying attention. Yeah.
get my
yeah.
instructions over here from Ms. Huerta.
Yeah, great, that's good, Al, we'll take.
I can tell when the staff's hungry. All right, the council will go into executive session on items 24 and 20. 24 and 20, no. Yeah, 24, and you want to do those, the closed sessions while we're at lunch, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but then we'll come back to 23. Ooh, we'll be through. All right. The council will go into executive session on items 24 and 25 per the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.074, and we'll return when we return. maintenance and other things. So we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, sir.
Or air conditioning.
I'm ready when you are. Yeah. We've got two. No, we've got a bond or financing, 24.
That's part of the closed session.
Okay, no.
We'll call the meeting back to order, just to make sure, Ms. Huerta, we're on, we got to deal with the executive session, but then with that, when we complete that, we'll go to item number 23.
Yes, sir, that's the only
All
item
right.
remaining.
We completed our executive session on items 24 and 25. Anyone have a motion they'd like to make?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to authorize Kimberly
Oh,
Houston.
This is on item.
24.
24. Or no, I'm.
No,
24 is the,
Well, 24
police
is
case.
the lawsuit Salzer versus City of Corpus Christi. 25 is the
correct.
personnel matters.
Okay, I would like to make a motion on item number 25, and the motion is to authorize Kimberly Houston, interim city auditor, to have until June 30th, 2020, to become certified as a certified internal auditor. She shall automatically be considered the city auditor at such time as she obtains her certification as certified internal auditor.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion passes. On item 24, is there a motion to be made on that?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on item 24 to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to settle the lawsuit of Richard Salazar versus City of Corpus Christi, Officer Gilbert Cantu, and Officer Jacqueline De Leon, an amount provided by the city not to exceed $428,358.39, plus additional amounts provided by third parties.
Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Not, I'll entertain a motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, and now on item 23, we have a briefing from the recent alternative utility financing study and potential alternative options of managing infrastructure development. Who's doing number 23?
Al Raymond, Director
All right,
of
did you get some lunch?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Thank you for accommodating us. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. On August 13th, 2019, this mayor and council directed the city manager and staff to review, examine, assess the current trust funds, and provide recommendations as to best practices going forward. So I'm here today to give you an overview of the trust fund history and timeline, and to give you an update on the alternative utility financing study, which was conducted by Duncan and Associates. The overview will briefly, from the overview covers two topics. One, the trust fund, second, the alternative study. The trust fund overview will look at background, history, and timeline. The alternative utility financing study evaluates our current utility financing. It describes other financing methods, and it recommends a plan of action going forward. The establishment of the Utility Trust Fund started as a direct response to the city's perceived lack of planning and leadership in installing master plan infrastructure prior to 1982. The development community, which consisted of home builders, local engineers, prominent landowners, and city staff, worked to create the trust funds because they were used to reimburse developers for the installation of water and wastewater infrastructure, which is a good thing. But the unintended consequence, of course, of the trust funds was that the city relegated its role in installing water and wastewater infrastructure and allowed the development community to do that. In other words, another way of saying that is that the developers led and the city followed. This is a timeline that captures the whole breadth of the trust funds, which I'm going to take some. I'm not going to take all of your time, but to go through to kind of touch some of the high points. In 1982, the trust funds in June and November were created, water and wastewater respectively, right? What happened on those ordinances was that 4 trust funds were created. One was water arterial transmission grid mains, that's one trust fund. The other was water distribution mains, that's a second trust fund. The third was sanitary sewer grid mains, that's a third trust fund, and the fourth was sanitary sewer collection lines. Those 4 trust funds were populated by development fees. And the development fees they were populated with were 1, lot and acreage fees, 2, surcharge fees. Surcharge fees are water taps and wastewater taps, and 3, pro rata fees. That's water and wastewater taps to existing lines already in the ground. Those fees are paid by anybody who plats. It's not just developers, it's anyone who plats. You and I, a landowner, a homeowner, a business owner, anyone who wants to plat a piece of property, or anyone who wants an additional water tap or wastewater tap, they pay those fees, and those fees are called development fees, which go in and they populate the trust fund bucket, okay? From 1982 to 2002, right, for the first 20 years of this trust fund, the reimbursement requests that came in that we paid out was $4.9 million. Think about that. In 20 years, only $5 million was taken out of the trust fund. That speaks to our growth and it speaks to our development, good, bad, or indifferent, right? In 2003, the city, and without provocation, and I couldn't find a reason why, but they added lift stations and they added force mains to the trust funds, to the wastewater trust funds. And I have to note here that they didn't increase the wastewater lot and acreage fee to handle these big ticket items, right? So with that added, in 2005, late 2005 and early 2006, the city said, okay, time out, because they noticed that the trust funds were going marginally low. And so as not to go into red, they called a moratorium on trust funds, and they were clamoring at what to do, but the trust funds never went red. So in 2006 in October, they lifted that moratorium, if you will. But they reached out to a consultant and said, hey, I need you to do two things. I need you to look at the trust fund, the wastewater trust funds, and tell us why are we running on such thin margins, and also to tell us, hey, what other options are they in terms of infrastructure expansion? And that consultant was Duncan and Associates in 2006. As a brief footnote, he finished a report he presented to this council in 2007, made recommendations. Those recommendations were never really followed because at that time, I think we were in the whole dot-com bust of the economy. In 2011, the city adopted the Uniform Development Code, and Unified Development Code. And you may be wondering, hey, why is the Uniform Development Code on this trust fund timeline? Because the ordinances that were created in 1982 and every subsequent ordinance created that augmented the trust fund, good, better, and different, were all put into the UDC, rewritten slightly, but put into the UDC. And UDC became the governing document that we use to develop even today. In 2018, from 2011, oh, and by the way, in 2011, that's the last time the fees were raised for the development fees, and the development fees is another way for saying the lot and acreage fees, the surcharge fees, and the pro rata fees. In 2018, unannounced and unprovoked, I don't really know why, but the trust funds were audited, right? And the trust funds were audited primarily, and there were directives given, or recommendations made as what development services could do for two things: to be more transparent with the trust funds and to be more predictable at how we present the trust funds, or if you will. And so we've implemented a lot of changes. And Michael Johnston, who's with Development Services, he is our contract administrator because of that, because of the results of this audit that occurred. They also said we should present a report to City Council biannually, which we did in April of 2019, and so in April of 2021 we'll do the same. But in addition to that, we produce a quarterly report for our stakeholders, which is really the development community, and at our monthly Development Services Task Force meetings, we also give a monthly report of the trust fund, the health of the trust fund, if you will. In August, as I said, 13th, 2019, this directive came from City Council, and I try to separate what is factual from my assessment of looking at this as an outsider, saying, "Oh, I can see what happened," and this is what I perceive that what happened that led up to the August 13th kind of feather ruffling.
And that, what year was that? August 13 what?
August 13, 2019, when you guys said, "Hey, I need you to look at the trust funds." Think about this. I said from 1982 to 2002, the trust funds paid out nearly $5 million over 20 years. But in 2003 to 2018, the trust funds paid out $24.8 million, which is 5 times more. It still speaks to a very slow development and progress, but it paid out 5 times more, which makes the annual reimbursement request for those 16 years, $1.6 million. What that means is that the development community knew that, and I think it's primarily because of the high ticket item we added in 2003, but the development community knew that, hey, if I don't get in line first, my development is going to have to wait, right? And that is what brings the, if you will, the frustration at the podium when we are coming to do reimbursement requests, because people realize, hey, one project that has a lift station and force main could set the trust fund back for a while until it's populated again through development fees. And that causes the angst, right? So you gave a direction and said, hey, look at these trust funds. So what we did is we established trust fund stakeholder meetings, and we met regularly throughout October of 2019 and November, all the way up to the Thanksgiving holidays. We had the good fortune of meeting with some of the original architects. Carl Krull, we met with him several times. Larry Urban, we met with him several times. Great man. Fred Brazelton, we met with him several times. And we, they had a lot to say. We've learned a lot. I thought it was beneficial for both sides, educational really for me, having kind of being baptized with the trust fund situation. And also in late November, we engaged that same consultant that the city engaged in 2006, which was Duncan and Associates, to do another assessment of us, to look at us now not in 2006, but you're looking at us in 2019 and tell us what you see and make recommendations. And so all of this was done to primarily do two things. One, to make it clear to you, as clear as possible, what the trust funds are, and as clear as possible what their function is and was at that time. So at that time in November of 19, our consultant did a draft, right? The report, a draft of the alternative utility financing study, and the draft focused on four main areas, as you see here: alternative financing options for the city. It looked at other financing policies of similar Texas cities of similar size. It looked at our financing, utility financing policies, and it made recommendations after the analysis for us going forward. What we did is we shared the draft report with our constituency, with this body, with the Planning Commission, and we had meetings. We had one meeting in December, on December 20th, to exchange commentary and ideas. We also met on January 10th. We had the consultant come and present to our constituency group at a Development Services Task Force meeting. In full disclosure, the report I thought was excellent. The consultant in his presentation was not so good, which is why staff presented his report at Planning Commission on the 22nd, which I thought was really, really good. On the 27th, which was yesterday, we had a consultant come in from San Antonio to talk about impact fees. One of the things that Larry Urban hammered in our heads, and Fred Brazelton hammered as well, is that I don't understand impact fees. So what is it? Can you give me a one-on-one on impact fees? So we had that constituency meeting yesterday. I thought it was great. A lot of questions were asked. The consultant presented what I thought was a clear process of understanding. Some of our critical stakeholders were there. They asked questions. Whether they received it or not, they had the ability to ask questions to show that impact fees are not gonna break you. It's not gonna stop development. It's not gonna, it is a way to facilitate development, and that's kind of where they focused on, and I really think the group sort of understood that when we ended the meeting at 6 o'clock or so. So today I'm giving a briefing to City Council, and on February 18th, the briefing today focuses on the history of the trust funds and really kind of some high points of the study. On February 18th, it'll be really a more in-depth, not to bore you, but a more in-depth look at the study, so that we can make decisions on how we'd like to move forward. Real quickly, the utility, alternative utility financing, there are two methods revenue source for growth-related expansion. One is utility rates that are paid by everyone, existing customers, and the other is development fees or impact fees that are paid for by new customers. And as you know, we use a bit of both of that here in Corpus. Development fees, as we talked about earlier, there are two major development fees. Those four buckets that I mentioned at the beginning, 2 buckets deal with water, 2 buckets deal with wastewater. That's what this is saying. The city's development fees currently act as impact fees, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. It creates a perverse incentive, and that's not a bad thing. The perverse incentive is that that early on when I said the developers lead and the city follows. In other words, the developers will develop wherever is convenient and financially beneficial to them. They use the trust fund to bring infrastructure to that new development. And what happens is, one second, sir, what happens is that the city then has to maintain that and service that extension until that development grows out, rather than just building to the contiguous already served city. And that's kind of what this is saying. Yes, sir.
Just for my own clarification, we're talking about these utility fees, and you only refer to water and wastewater. I don't hear stormwater in there.
The stormwater is not a part of the trust funds, even though there is a open bucket even in the UDC for the stormwater, but apparently we never carried it forward back in the day as an ordinance to create it.
Okay, but we've engaged a review of our stormwater, which on the monthly utility bills,
Understood.
John and Joan Doe don't care whether they're part of a trust fund or anything. They just know they get a bill, and all of that is their utility bill. But we've got two things going here, and both consultants really need to make sure they're coordinating, I guess, is that we've got one consultant trying to break out the cost of
stormwater utility fee, right.
stormwater, and the other consultant's trying to come up with wastewater and water. But from the customer standpoint, they all come to the same person.
Correct,
And so, but they need to understand when you're figuring that part of your water bill at some point is going to be gone.
Correct.
As a separate line item and not included in your water bill. I don't know
Correct,
whether
and I know
that
the
makes
util-
any sense or not, but
And I know Utilities is working with a consultant to do a stormwater utility fee study, correct?
Right.
But what this will do, in addition to what you're saying, is that if we do pass impact fees, in theory, or in reality, the utility rates will be lowered because we're taking that burden off of the existing ratepayer and putting it on new development, in theory. Right now, the existing ratepayer pays all of that, right? And so if this goes forward, yeah, they will also see that difference as well.
But in new development, stormwater is a significant part of a new development.
Right, which
So, I mean,
we-
but that's what I'm not seeing in this, so.
Well, it would be.
But if they pay 100% of it, doesn't have to be in it, that's something else. Okay, then I'm not in the development business, but I just wanted to make sure
Understood, right.
that it wasn't overlooked.
I will say this, Mayor and Council, as a newbie, I noticed that we don't have a stormwater master plan. We don't even have real good stormwater requirements on a UDC. So eventually, what I perceive will happen is that as we do make these adjustments to, reconcile how we do our development, we should also include stormwater impact fees, because that is, new development also should pay for those things too, which would do more detention ponds or more culverts but it should be in line with our overall stormwater master plan, which we do not have at this time. But it's a lot of things we need to do. We understand that, and we just kind of eat the apple one bite at a time, so to speak.
Okay.
And finally here it talks about a single trust fund, and what that's saying is this, is that, and many of you know, and we'll be up here next week or the week after with reimbursement requests, and from time to time, we move monies from those 4 buckets that I talked about at the beginning all across the board so that we can support a developer's reimbursement requests. And because we do that, in actuality, it's really just one trust fund. I don't know why we spend so much time looking at the individual buckets when we move money as needed to say, hey, we need to get, so many millions of dollars to support this reimbursement request. So one of the low-hanging fruit would to come back to this group and say, hey, we probably just need to make one bucket because it would be easier for everyone. This is a look at the top 10 cities in Texas based on population. And of the top 10 cities in Texas based on population, 6 have implemented impact fees, 4 have not. Dallas, Corpus, Plano, and Laredo. Dallas, Corpus, Plano, and Laredo utilizes utility rates and some form of the developer fee process that we use here in Corpus. This just gives you an idea of what other cities around us are doing. Impact fees versus development fees. As you know, the Texas statutes authorize impact fees for water, wastewater, stormwater, like you said, Mayor, and also roads, and that's something we may want to consider going forward with our new director here. Impact fees are predetermined fees that this body will vote on once we go through the whole impact fee process that will be levied on new development, right? New development, not existing development. Impact fees, implementing impact fees, as I said, would lower utility rates because most of the costs of new development will be put on new development and not on the existing ratepayer. The major difference between impact fees and developer fees are this. Developer fees, which is our process now, only pays to reimburse the developer for installing lines and for lines and lift stations. That's it. Let me say that again. The developer fees only pays to reimburse the developer for installing lines and enlarging lines or putting in lift stations. Impact fees pays for operations and maintenance. It pays for wastewater treatment plant or water treatment plant expansion. It pays for rehabilitation. It pays for debt service. It can also pay for master planning. If we talk about stormwater master planning, if we want to say we need an updated stormwater master plan, impact fees could be used to pay for that master planning. Impact fees also promotes better capital improvement planning, what I was talking about earlier. It generates a bit more revenue than developer fees, and it also allows the city, which I didn't say before, but it allows the city to initiate projects. If we think we need to run infrastructure down a certain street because we want to promote development or cause development to happen, the city can do that with impact fees. We cannot do that with our current system of developer fees. With respect to generating additional revenue, for example, over the last 5 years, the city of Corpus Christi hovered around 1,000 to 1,001 new home permits, new single-family home permits over that 5-year period, give or take, right? If we use the Texas average for impact fees, that would give us about $7 million strictly just for residential, not even including the commercial projects that we've done, as opposed to we taking about $1.5 million in the development fees. So it's kind of a big difference. And one of the comments from our stakeholders were, well, what are you going to do with all that money? What's the city going to do with that money? And I believe, and I've been told, because I said I had some one-on-one meetings with some of the original architects, they don't believe the city can lead. They've never seen it, right? So how can you believe something you've never really seen? But I'm very constantly in my approach to say, well, the city will lead because impact fees supplement. The impact fees are just a supplement to our funding source that will allow us to put in infrastructure, us being the city, wherever we would like to based on our master plan and based on why we'd like to see the city grow. So that's the big difference here. What you see here now is 12 cities in Texas that utilize impact fees, and just to kind of, it's kind of crazy, all over the place really. But it is alive and well in this state, impact fees. And our average is about $2,700 for water in a residential site and about $1,900 for sewer in a residential site. And you see at the bottom here, this is our developer fees, $425 for water, $670. We just, even if we said, well, let's just raise our development fees, it just doesn't create enough revenue for us to service certain areas. For example, we're going to be before this body next week or the week after talking about a customer who came to us and said, I want to be exempt from, and he's in Flower Bluff, and he says, I want to be exempt, and that we allowed this in our UDC, allow a customer to exempt out of having to pay these fees, these lot and acreage fees, because you can't get service to me. So he's going to do septic, and I go, no, we have to find a way to get to every corner of this city, whether it takes us 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. That should be our mantra. So we can't generate the kind of money we need with developer fees. We just can't, and that's kind of what this report is saying. This is an example of what I was talking about. This is a comparison of lot fees versus impact fees. London Town and Kings Landing. These are two developments that have come through our department. London Town is 98 acres. When it's built out, it'll be 98 home lots, not 98 acres, 98 home lots. In Kings Landing, it's 1,455, and you see the difference between the money generated by the lot fees and the money generated by impact fees. It's significant, I think it's a logical next step for us to go. Recommended action plan, transition from development fees to impact fees. This is the consultant's recommendation to us, not Al Raymond, but it's the consultant's recommendation to us. Transition from development fees to impact fees, prepare a water and wastewater impact fee study and adopt impact fees. We also need, along with that, a water and wastewater comprehensive long-range master plan, which we clearly do not have, but we need. Once we adopt impact fees, we should repeal, of course, the lot and acreage and surcharge fees. And he recommends that the city should maintain the pro rata fees because it allows us to do smaller lines that are not really covered by the impact fees. And I realize that was a lot. I thank you for having lunch because I don't want you to sit here on an empty stomach hearing all that, but we stand here for questions if you have any.
I don't see any lights lit up. Anyone have some questions? Mr. Hernandez?
Okay, so just for clarity on how some of this would go, your transition from the lot and acreage fees and going from that to impact fees, how do you envision seeing that happen?
Well, it'll take us, I hate to say this, it'll probably take us 6 months or so to get a consultant on board, assuming that everyone says, okay, yeah, we want to go that route. Once a consultant comes on board, they have to study both water, wastewater, study our stormwater as well, right? All our departments. That takes probably time. It probably take 9 to 12 months. They prepare a report that comes to this body that says, hey, this is really what we recommend, right? In terms of their approach to in terms of engaging our next steps in terms of adopting impact fees, and that's an entire process that's set out in, I guess is it 395 of the Texas Code, Administration Code. So it is a process. So at the very least, I think it may be 3 to 4 years out once we say, yeah, we want to do that before we actually have that.
Okay, in some aspect, you're discussing this strictly in utilities, right? But, I don't know if you've had a chance to go through Corpus Christi and see like a lot of empty spots in between areas that we're looking at. So some of this has some impact on infrastructure as far as streets goes. So would this also affect some aspect of that?
Absolutely, because when we look at a city, and Michael, you can jump in. If we look at a city, we can, and we talked about it yesterday, we can do the entire city as a service area, or we can do the city as several service areas. Let's say Cal Allen is one service area, Flower Bluff and the island is another service area, the main body of the city yet another service area, and those service areas would charge more or less based on where we wanted to focus or target development. So in this case, I think you were talking about infill development or in the city proper, I guess, right? We could establish, or this body could establish policies that would say, hey, if you're going to do infill development or develop within, let's say, the TERS 3 area, you'd have 50% break or something like that to focus development in the areas where you want them to go.
I'm not sure if I...
So as an example, again, San Antonio, as you San Antonio, there are programs within San Antonio for infill development. If you invest in and develop a piece of property that is vacant within a certain area, designated area of town, you get a reduction in your impact fee. So it encourages development based on that reduction. Based on the amount of property and vacant property here, it could be a pretty good incentive for people to develop in those areas that currently are, rather than continuing the legs out to vacant farmland.
That's what you were referring to, right?
Yeah, in some sense, in other areas, like I find that developers kind of skip over areas once a price point on the property gets to a certain point, and then they skip it over to get to a less expensive area. And so now we've got to maintain the distance in between. So I'll give you an example. The situation we had with Slough Road, where we had to go back and adjust for that. But then you have some areas that have been skipped over, like Bouldridge and some areas of Holly, where you've got infrastructure on both sides, but there's big gaps in open spaces where they've just kind of skipped over. and moved over it. So so I guess what I'm looking at here is that there's some infrastructure costs that they've done. Two things: the market prices for that property has gone up, and they have to build that infrastructure associated with it, which is the streets, the arterials, collectors, whatever it may be. Okay, so this we're just talking about utilities, water and wastewater.
Because we don't have a street yet, impact fee or whatever for streets, right? So we can't do anything about the price points of the property, but if you're talking about utilities or the surface roads or the infrastructure to get there, the city still has to maintain that, obviously, and back to utilities, impact fees would allow us to do that, whereas development fees, we cannot. We have to do that.
Right, I get it with development fees. It's almost basically driven by the developer instead of us, per se. I don't know, you might want to have like a hybrid system to where you have some method to go through it while you're making the transition. I don't know how you can get to that, but thank you.
Councilman, Mike Johnston, Development Services. I think probably a little more closer to your answer. So what'll happen is if following Texas Local Government Code 395, which derives impact fees, what'll happen is you have to do a comprehensive land plan. And part of that comprehensive planning is a 10-year plan. It'll evaluate the entire city, including the ETJ, and in that it'll decide impact fee areas, and the impact fee is just that, the area that has an impact on the current system. And then it'll decide these fees in these certain areas based upon the area. So let's say the Flower Bluff, if there was 4 areas for the city, Northwest or Cal Allen, the main city proper, Flower Bluff and the island, and let's say South Side, and let's go London area, right? So let's say if you're in on Padre Island, there's pretty good infrastructure there. So maybe their impact fees might be a little bit less because there's less of an impact, less to install. But now if you're talking about the ETJ, or maybe up in areas of Cal Allen or slower sections of Flower Bluff, they need a lot of stuff. And what they require is really expensive. So their fees will go up accordingly. And that impact fee study, that comprehensive study, would be a professional team that handles that stuff, wouldn't be us, right? Would look at water, wastewater, stormwater, and roads if that's what the city so desired as part of that periodic review. There'd be a board of people, like a planning commission or something like that, that are assigned, that their whole job is to keep a look at this. It's a 10-year plan. Fees are initially established. The council votes on them. You decide if it's too high or too low. If you want to incentivize infill down in downtown area or other areas, the rates can be reduced with special incentives that way. And then after 5 years, the committee who oversees the impact fees come back and says, you know what? We're charging too much in this area. We need to lower the fee. Or because the fees are based upon what the master plan, that 10-year plan says it's going to cost to build a road here for Slough Road, to run the sewer lines there, the upgrade the wastewater facilities and all of that. So that's all part of that comprehensive planning. And then after 5 years, it gets reviewed and decided, are the fees too much or too little? If the infrastructure doesn't extend to the area you planned on, the people who paid fees there can get a rebate. Developers could also get credit against what they install, much like they do now. If the pro rata fees stay in place, then small lines that get extended by a developer could also be paid back through people plugging in and taking care of that line. And part of that comprehensive plan, too, will help you all as the body, whoever they may be, to decide where you need schools, where you need fire, where you need police, how big of road expansions. And so that comprehensive plan will help shape that and drive where it's going to go. So it's sort of, it lets the city decide where they want to grow and then have all the pieces not in place, not just houses and not an island in a county, let's say, but now you have the ability to plan for your police substations, your fire stations, public libraries, road structure, how it's going to get there, how you want it. All those are part of that comprehensive study. The other thing that impact fees do for you, under our current model, the developer fees are pretty much the sole source of paying for infrastructure. New infrastructure, right? Outside the maintenance, the OEM system. Impact fees become a supplement to the city's plan, not the primary source. So the haggling that takes place when a big item comes on board because of the lineup because the current model kind of holds some people back depending on how their project falls out, that kind of goes away. Because then the city says, we're running services here. And the fees that you're putting in help augment that, because it's part of a budgeted plan. Does that help, sir? It's a big paradigm shift to how we do things today.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I see where you're trying to get more control into the city's hands as opposed to developers. But like I said, sometimes things are driven by market forces as opposed to just where we want things to go, right? So you got to have some flexibility associated with that. Plus, I can see where you could discourage some areas like growth in the ETJ, where you'd have high impact fees and lower impact fees somewhere else. You could be depending on who's deciding that could be somewhat of an issue. I don't know if you'd want to have some board appointed associated with that, or even the planning commission making those decisions as opposed to someone on staff or an individual.
Yes, sir. On part of the local government code talks about there's an impact fee advisory board, if I remember that correctly, where it's an appointed board where city staff is not part of the equation. That it is driven by local engineering firms, design professionals, real estate, home builders, land developers, and other call it at-large folks who help make sure that it is a fair and equitable system across the board, that it makes sense, that the fees that are in place are relevant to what the costs are to install what they need right now. It's
and that has to be separate from the planning and zoning.
We'd have to take further look, but
Yeah, it's a separate board from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, because we just went through an exercise to reduce our number of commissions, but okay, thank you.
It's required by state law.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I just, a quick note about 6,000 acres in Corpus Christi are already subject to impact fees. They're part of the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District number 4 on Mustang Island. And they've been paying these fees within the boundaries of Corpus Christi for decades. And if you look at the difference between the two utility systems, on Mustang Island, they have no debt. And for our ratepayers out there, about 20 to 30% of your bill is debt. They also have enough reserves there to expand. They've got enough reserves right now for the next sewer plant expansion. They've got 2 elevated storage tanks and a community of 3,500, and I think after our next go-round here, we'll have 3 and a community of 300,000. They have lower rates than Corpus Christi with it, but they were one of the first ones on with this impact fee. So we're looking at these towns and those towns, but some of those builders you talk about, they're familiar with Port Aransas. They've worked in Port Aransas. And one thing in what they do, their primary use of those fees are not within the boundaries of the developments itself, but they use it on the major, it's the sewer plants, it's the transmission lines, the water storage lines that they use those fees for. So they have got financially a very robust system that buys its water from Corpus Christi, yet it sells it to its customers for less than what we citizens in Corpus Christi pay.
Right, the impact fees will allow the city to use it could be projects we initiate to manage the system, which is bigger than just, the new development areas.
And another thing they have, just like you were alluding to, it gives the utility much more flexibility rather than a scatter shot that we have here. So they are putting in those major infrastructure needs with it on there. But I suggest that we take a hard look at our successful neighbor who's been doing this for 20 years. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm blanking on what I was going to ask. Our action item on this is when in February?
It's not an action item. It's just it'll be
presentation.
It'll
Sorry,
be a
it's briefing and
on
presentation.
It's just a briefing on the presentation, and the presentation will make recommendations, much like we made here. It's not a ordinance. Or
So just the next time we'll see it will be on the 18th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's the 18th.
You've obviously done a good job, and you've done your homework. If you can sit through a meeting with Larry Urban, you can tell him I said that. Or if you can have a response longer than Gil Hernandez's questions. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Garza?
Mr. Raymond, I appreciate your work on this, and Mr. Johnson, thank you. Quite frankly, I was kind of wondering when we were going to actually address developer fees and development fees, because it's been an issue since I started serving on the planning commission and now on the council. And the way we've done things, although the folks that set it up to initially, the people that were in that community did it with good purpose in order to be able to continue moving the projects forward and growing the city. We've reached a point now where I think we've got to do something different. And so I think using impact fees and figuring out and evaluating what you're charging, periodically, I think is the right thing to do. But in the interim, until you actually sell it and get all the stakeholders to actually agree, and this is something that, again, later this year we'll be entering election season. I won't, but these folks up here will. That'll become an issue that's going to come up with, I'm sure, amongst several bodies that affect elections in our community. In terms of development, I'm just curious. I don't know what might be against it, but I don't think it's in the city's best interest to keep expanding and reaching out. Like he said, some developers, investors will go out and they'll jump hopscotch or jump a property because it's already reached a price point, and then go to the next lowest priced land and develop. And it seems to me that we don't do anything to discourage that and to encourage, like you said, or incentivize infill development. For years on the Planning Commission, we talked about granting waivers for wastewater fees, acreage fees, because we weren't going to provide the services in areas of Flower Bluff or Annaville. We did it because at some point those folks could take us back to court or sue us and get what they paid and some interest that would have accrued, because we were never able to provide the service that they paid for in terms of development or acreage fees. So it seems to me like if instead of just reimbursing the developers 100% and the first one in line gets the money, it seems to me that if we were to draw circles where our Corpus Christi core is, City Hall is, and you draw semicircles around the city, and the further out they are, the least reimbursement they get out of the developers' funds.
Councilman,
60 or 70%.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but the process doesn't necessarily work that way. So let me address it on the back end. Impact fees, once we do a master plan and say this is the city's master plan, if they choose to go to the North 40 and develop, then making that happen is totally on them, right? If they stay within the master plan, everything aligns. But right now, currently, what happens is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that even when a developer goes and say, I want to develop in the North 40 today, he amends the master plan and puts that line on the master plan. No one questions it. No one challenges it. And then really, if you can change a plan every time someone wants to amend it, then it's really not a master plan. So I don't want to say manipulate or... But
they do manipulate.
They augment the system so that it works for them, because the only way they can get reimbursement is if it shows up, if those lines show up on the master plan. So what do? They put an amendment in to amend the master plan, which we bring to this body, which you vote on, thumbs up, which you should, and then we've got these islands built out in the ETJ or whatever, and it just continues to propagate. There's no prohibition or no punishment, if you will. I don't quite know the
penalty,
word.
Right.
Yeah, for doing that. We not necessarily encourage it, but if there's money in the trust fund to get utilities there, it's good to go.
Right. The thing is that what we don't take into account, and it's still not, he touched on it a little bit related to impact fees, is you talked about the need to expand a wastewater plant or water treatment plant, but you didn't talk about the expansion. Say, for instance, in Councilman Barrera's district, right, where we already have all the service systems that are off of SPID and Old Brownsville Road. We've already got the police, the traffic, that area. We've already got garbage trucks that already go between neighborhood and neighborhood. Those areas would cost little for the city to service. Instead, because the market says there's no, like I said, no penalties to the price of those developments, right?
Right.
To go further outward, we're going to continue to ignore or not look for ways to make our city or the area of our city more efficient.
Better, right, exactly.
Right, so that we actually collect more, both in in fees, solid waste pickup, or police and fire are gonna be able to get paid over more density in areas that right now we haven't really had any growth in. So, I mean, I like the discussion. I'd like for us to come up with something that's gonna certainly encourage areas to develop closer, and for those that want to continue to leapfrog, they pay what it takes to get that done.
Understood, sir.
Mr. Roy?
Thank you for the presentation. You know, we started this presentation, impact fees. For me, it is kind of a foreign thing to think about, you know, talking in just, for the most part, being used to our current system. So my question was, when you talked to the committee or group that you had that were made up of developers and that, and some of them, like you mentioned earlier, they said, oh, I don't understand these impact fees at all. When you were finished with your meetings, what were their thoughts? Did they, did you get a lot of pushback?
That's a great question. And to be in full disclosure, of course we got a lot of pushback.
Yeah. Well, good, because.
Of course,
because
which is why I met with, and I'm sorry, which is why we met with some of them, some of the leaders, kind of one-on-one, to get to the point. Hey, I want to make sure you understand what we're doing. And I think 2 weeks ago we had Larry Urban. We almost had him arm wrestled down, and he almost saw the light. And I remember we were jumping, going, "Oh my God, he sees it!" And he laughed and we laughed because he did utterly see what we're saying, because it's really just it's the progress of the city and the utility trust funds. No matter how much we love them, and no matter how how vibrant and alive we think they cannot get us to where we'd like to go in the future.
Well, I think part of it is that last part of, and talking to Councilmember Garza, that when you explained that, then the light bulb clicked for me, because one of the things in the past, which we've had so many problems with this trust fund, is just the equality of it in terms of dispersing. And then, you give monies to one, and then all of a sudden you get a slew of phone calls because somebody's worried about they may not have money in the future. That sounds familiar today. But anyway, do you think if we do something like this, 'cause this is a lot of work and effort, I would like to think that each council member here would be here for their 8 years or whatever the case is. Once you get something like this in place, would it be hard for somebody to go back to the old system? If you understand what I'm saying?
Go back to the way developer fees work now?
Like right now?
I think so, because this is what, it levels the playing field. So it takes out the favoritism, and I'm not saying that the system currently has built-in favoritism, but something's wrong when Missy Bauer comes up here to take $100,000 out, and everyone goes crazy because she's not a member of the club, so to speak.
That's like me in the hair club for me.
Yeah, so it's it levels the playing field, but what it does most importantly is that we look normal to the outside world. So when people want to develop here, it looks normal. We look like any other place that has impact fees, developer fees, impact fees for water, wastewater, stormwater, and roads, perhaps. It looks normal for anybody who wants to go, yeah, I want to go to Corpus Christi and develop. So I think it would be very difficult, but I wouldn't say anything's possible, so to speak.
But the key is the master plan. That's the key.
That
because
is the
right now,
key.
we understand there's manipulation. We heard it, several councils ago when somebody said, just change the master plan.
Right.
So.
And once this is established, right, unlike we do now, because in theory, there's some sort of semblance of area master plans or area development plans or whatever, and then people can add on their appendages to say, look, my line that I want is on the master plan. But when we push these master plans out for water, wastewater, stormwater, and possibly roads, you got to hold true and say, hey, this is the master plan. So if you choose to build out in the North 40 because it's cheap land and you can get a great price point, it's on them. It shouldn't be carried by the city.
No, thank you. I mean, it was kind of tough getting there, but I think there's a lot of merit to it. I just think the big thing is a challenge. How long is it going to take you, to be able to put this structure in place and have the master plans completed?
Yes, sir. So part of it is first you have to do a comprehensive land use study, and then you get impact fee zones, and they kind of come up with a fee structure. And then the city will adopt a 5 or 10-year comprehensive master plan, again, part of that review. And if that's all approved, gets all voted on, everyone's thumbs up, it'll probably take 2 years to sundown the existing fee model. So we're probably talking, if we move fast, 3 years, right, before you'd ever have a full change. Because the people who are involved in the plating process and the development process already, you can't change their fees because they're based their whole business model, their pricing point on what they know. It would be for future. So you'd have a point where there's a trust fund, then you have a point where there's a little bit of both, then you'd have a point where there's only the one, provided that's the direction the city wants to go. And that way, the people who are currently, or planning projects today for build out, Moses Mastagashi for his large scape out there in King's Landing, that's going to take a long time. So he wouldn't change over time. If it's a new one that came in 3 years from now, that'd be a different story, or 5 years from now. So they'd still, and so one feeds the other until it's exhausted, and then the new one would take place. And there's a special prohibition for that in the statute that specifically makes sure that the current developers, I don't say don't get taken advantage of, but are protected under the changeover. Because any big changeover like that for costing really takes some time to give everybody economic fairness.
All right, Ms. Guajardo.
Just quick comments. Well, first of all, thank you, because I think you came in, Mr. Raymond, right at the time that, all of this came up to discuss and maybe implement. But those discussions aren't that easy, as you guys know, and I was able to sit in both of those presentations. Was the last one yesterday or the day before?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay. And one thing that's very important, and yes, you did have, I don't think Larry was there yesterday.
No, he
But
wasn't.
Mr. Brazelton, you can imagine, the older Mr. Brazelton was there and very vocal. But it's the way in which you guys are communicating, I can say from the get-go. I know you weren't presenting yesterday, the ladies were, but it's the way you all have handled it. So I commend you, because I don't think this could be happening a year ago without who knows what happening in that room. So that's very critical, and it says a lot about your leadership. And I think that this is extremely organized, and as you put it, I think someone said it's really, or maybe you didn't say, but it's taking more control and organized. It's organized growth. So I'm excited about this, and I think that although there probably when I left there was still a little bit of
Angst. Yeah.
a little bit of pushback. I still think that they're going to get it. They're going to get it in terms of what this means long-term for both sides, because it is probably a little lopsided right now. But the other thing worth mentioning that was brought up was one of the ladies that presented made it very clear, because I think Bart may have brought this up, that they are very much going to involve them, the stakeholders, in which way will these master plans end up in terms of growth. They are not going to say, because someone made a comment, the first presentation, a developer made a comment to me saying, well, they're going to be in control. They are going to dictate. And I thought, I doubt it, but let me check. So yesterday, the lady, maybe Bart brought it up yesterday, and she said, you will give us the direction on where the growth should be. You will be a part, everyone will be a part of it. So I think that's extremely important in moving forward, because this isn't something staff is implementing or this council is implementing. It's something we're doing together in partnership. We couldn't do it, one-sided. So anyway, for whatever that's worth, but thank you very much for all of your leadership and your team, because it's been very positive in development services.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Hernandez, would you like on again, or do you want that?
One last question on your presentation. You said biannual presentations, but you only expressed one.
Well, because
You
we
expressed an
presented-
annual presentation, like April to
Annual
April.
for council. That's what the audit recommended. So we presented in April of 19, and we'll present in April of 2021, unless, of course, council. would
Well,
prefer-
that's annual, not biannual.
Oh,
come
I'm
on.
sorry. You're right.
So,
Yes. Every 2 years.
okay. All righty.
aren't, couple of things, back to your question, you said you had no idea why the 2009, I don't remember your scale across there, back there, where it all came up and started asking questions. You went from 2002 or something up to 2011 to nothing, I don't know where that, yeah, somewhere back right there between 11 and 19.
11 and 19, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
well, this council was elected in 17, right? The first part, 16 took 17 after the runoff. Is we got asking questions. And we got asking questions, and we were asking questions, and there was no answers coming. And the city, for a period of time, was like this with councils and managers. And there was nobody could give any answers to how much money was in the trust fund. They had no idea where the trust funds were. And they really had to go back to Mr. Fred Brazelton, who was one of the originators of the trust fund, and they really tried to rebuild the history of the trust fund. And so
So council brought about the 2018 audit?
that's
Oh,
how.
I didn't know that.
Because up until that point, nobody, how much is in the trust fund? I don't know. Anybody here on city staff know anything about it?
But
I don't know. Anybody here ever heard of it? I don't know. I mean, that was the roller coaster we were on, but that's the bad news. The good news is we've hopefully gotten it straightened out. And so that gives you a little history of where it was. The second thing is I'm a little concerned about your 3-year option. That's a non-starter for me. I think we've got to accelerate that process.
Okay, that's
we ought
great
to
news.
have 3 weeks worth of dusting of studies somewhere in this hall of all the information he's asking.
You don't have impact fee studies, though. We do.
Well, we've
have
got piece of property
mass-
studies. We've identified the whole thing. I don't know what's involved in those things.
Understood.
But there should be a lot of information that's already on the shelf somewhere.
But you make me so very happy because you want to accelerate it, and we can look at that.
Well, I mean, this is not an affirmative employment project for consultants to come up with this stuff.
Understood.
We want something to get going. And the third thing is that when you come up with this plan, and if history repeats itself, and I hope it doesn't to the extent that it has, but if it does, you've got to have a system that's set up that can basically run by itself in terms of the data and the process. Because if you're dependent upon an individual, department head or whoever it is to run that thing, just like we could find no information about the trust funds.
Understood.
Nobody knew anything about it.
Understood.
There's got to be a system that is put in place. I don't know that it's Maximo or whatever it is, but what is the name of your Maximo? Is that it? Maximo's preventive maintenance. All right. Well, we're not talking about preventive maintenance, but anyway, Maximum. Then I don't know what you want to call it.
Understood.
But there's got to be a system that runs that is consistent, because when you say people from other towns want to come in and do business with us, they've got to be able to look at the
Understood.
system and not look for the person.
And when that's a great point, Mayor, because when impact fees are adopted and rates are established, they'll be either paid at plat recordation or issuance of building permit. So you will no longer see my group up here petitioning between reimbursement requests and those kind of things like we do now. So it won't be dependent on Director of Development Services or an individual. It'll be automatic based on what we decide is a fair impact fee for wherever the developments are.
Yeah, but those would be my things. I think from comments that I've heard from the council, not any in-depth conversations, but I get a sense that this council is ready to make a move to do the right thing. And 3 years, that's just a non-starter for me. 18 months maximum as far as I'm concerned. And so to come back to where you can really implement something and have something to show, if not sooner. And Mr. Roy's question, if we adopt something, can somebody else do something? Well, the bottom line is anytime you can count to 5, you can do anything you want to. So That's your answer to that. But it's got to be such a good system that nobody wants to mess with it.
Absolutely.
Is really what I'm saying. But I think this council, the attitude of this council, if I'm misrepresenting it, I apologize, but I sense that we want to do something right, because we've heard of these arguments and fussing about coming up front. I mean, this system, for instance, that we've got in place previous to this manager, is that they were shelling out hundreds of thousands of dollars that people hadn't put a dime into it. Just because they applied and somebody said, oh, they filled out, sent them a check, never asked for a refund. Haven't got it to this day. And that doesn't build confidence in the system.
You know, Mr.
And y'all are shaking your eyebrows because you don't know about it. That's because it happened before y'all got here.
Well, let me share something with you. Mr. Urban met with us one of the times. We've met with him like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. And one of the times he came in with a stack of paper, and he says, this is the mismanagement that you guys have done with the trust funds. And there was about 20 items on there dating back to 2003, right? No, maybe 1987, right? So, and we did the research. We met with finance, and we tried to address, and we did address all of those items, because he thought, like you, hey, you guys dropped the ball on all this. Look at all this money that you kind of misappropriated. But in any event, I do understand what you're saying. We can look at fast tracking it. I'm excited about that you even want to fast track it. So we'll look at it. And when I come back in February 18th for that presentation, I'll talk a little bit about next steps regarding that.
Okay. Mr. Roy.
Can you turn your mic on, Mr. Roy? Thanks.
Again, I'm sorry, it's fairly early, but for the most part, it's after public comment, so our arena here is vacant almost. I wish that this would have been a good opportunity for the cities, for the citizens of the city to see a lot of the things that we are working on that are positive, that we're doing the right thing, to move in the right direction, and passionate about it, because, and I hope anybody that's out there that's listening understands that, because this is a good thing. And I just wish we were full right now so everyone else could share in this moment, because I really do think if this does happen, that down the road, at least these council members and everybody's here is going to remember this day you gave that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There's one other quick thing is when you're doing your plan, and I think you mentioned, you don't want to have shock, but you may come back with a plan where you implement it over time as opposed to just doing it like to transition between what developers are doing that are they're doing stuff now that if you change the plan overnight, it does have a negative impact on them, or it could have, is to come up with a plan that includes that transition period.
Absolutely. And we'll talk about that.
All right, there's no action taken on this, right? Other than I think you kind of got the feeling that we're ready to move?
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else on this? All right, no action required on 23. We've completed that. We're the future agenda items. Anybody have any future agenda items? One quick thing that I'd like to share with the council. The city manager and I got an invitation from the executive director of the port to go out and see a desal plant in Sacramento that they're pretty impressed with. And well, actually, it's in Carlsbad or whatever it is. And I think that's a good expenditure of city funds for us to go out there and look at it. The port's not paying for it, nobody else is, but I think from an education standpoint. But in the meantime, and I've talked to Brian Williams, while it's our water that they're doing, it's the same process. They have the San Patricio Municipal Water District has a water plant that's a membrane operation. It's kind of like reverse osmosis membrane. And he would be more than happy, and I think it'd be an educational, I'm going to do it. And on the 4th, we don't have a meeting scheduled for the 4th, that he's making available the 4th, that if we wanted to come over in groups of 3, and I think he's given 9 to 10, 10 to 10:30, and 1 to 2, if you're interested in going over and seeing what one of those, a desal plant, but he's not using seawater, but it's the same process, is just to see what one looks like in case people ask you, see how it operates. You don't see smokestacks coming out of it. I've been told they're very quiet in terms of their operation, just so you can see firsthand what one looks like or sounds like, and ask him any questions about it. He's making that available to us, but by breaking it up in these three, then we don't have to, it's just a trip. We don't have to go through all we're not in violation of any rules and regulations. If you'd let Ms. Huerta know whether you'd want the 9 to 10, 10 to 10:30, or 1 to 2.
It's 10:30 to 11:30, Mayor, yeah.
I mean,
But
10:30,
we'll send it out.
11:30. As quickly as possible, then maybe by the end of this week, I could let him know, how many people would be coming and who would be coming on those time slots. And if it only turns out there's 6 of us that are interested in going on taking that time, maybe we just have two tours of 3 each. But if all of us, and I hope all of us do, we wanted to do it 3 so that we don't run into any problem with having too many people gathering at one time. So let her know, if you would, by, well, maybe look at your schedule. If you could let her know by noon tomorrow, then that could give him time to do some planning for February the 4th.
All right, and I'll send an email out also. with
Okay,
those-
and
with all
then
that
put those
information.
times down and get them to,
Yes,
if you
sir.
would, that'd be great.
Okay.
Anything else? If not, we're adjourned.
If you have driven down Ocean Drive lately, you may have noticed a new light.